All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. The stream obviously is very different than the streams of past. You can see a ton of people are on the agenda today to be in the stream. This is just the first few people that will be featured in the stream. Stream's going to be segmented differently than normal. It's just going to be hour increments for the most part throughout the entire stream, ultimately leading to around an 11:30 p.m. end time. But in this first segment, we have Sammy and Jack in your top right hand corner. You can't really see them right now, but they're at the site of the Shadow Stalker Backyard Coaster. In the bottom left, we have Lucan from WMY Coasters. And in the bottom right, we have Darius, who has an Instagram account called I'm Nerdy by Nature. If you guys have anything you want to say to start off the stream, go right ahead.
Should we start? Or Darius, you want to start?
You there, Sammy?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. What's up, guys? I'm Sammy. Jack's right next to me. He's doing electrical. Yeah, we're gonna be here. We're working on the coaster a little bit, but you'll see us. And yeah. So, what's up, guys?
Congrats on 4K Con.
Thank you.
I know you've been doing it for a long time, so I'm sure this feels good to finally hit that milestone and full steam ahead to 5K.
Yeah, definitely. It took a long time to get here, but
It's
happy
coming pretty
finally
fast
happened.
now.
Yeah.
I'll mirror the comments. Congrats. That is a huge milestone. And I finally reached my limit on temperature. So I'm gonna stick away from a couple of coasters for now because it's too damn cold everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely too cold.
Unless you're going to American Dream.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Then you just leave with a headache.
So it's been a little while since we've done one of these streams. I just happened to be very busy, and obviously today is not the normal day we do a stream. Usually be a Sunday night, but I wanted to change it to Saturday. That way we have more time because obviously most people have work or school on Mondays, and staying up that late a Sunday night just doesn't work out too well. So I figured I'd do this. That way we can have it longer, start a little early. Later on, we're going to have a lot of people in here. We should be having my dad, Phil, Ace, hopefully Tom, John Gray, Brian Gray, Ryan, Brian, the other Brian. There's a lot of people that should be in here, so it should be a great stream. Start off, of course, if you guys have any questions, leave them in the chat. I'm sure there's probably been a lot of questions developed ever since the last stream we had. But in terms of what to talk about first, I guess we might as well talk about 2022 as a whole because we're almost at the end of the year. It's December, halfway through, almost at Christmas time, and it's a good time to reflect on the year. And a lot happened this year. I mean, channel, at least for my experience, the channel grew a lot this year. Of course, thank you all for 4,000 subscribers. That's the main reason the stream is so different. Got to interview and meet Salim Bazul, the CEO of Six Flags. Got to get started with some on-ride POV filming, worked with quite a few parks over the summer and throughout the fall. Did a lot of really, really cool stuff. Went to a few media days. Of course, met a ton of people along the way. It was a really good year. What do you guys think?
I'll go ahead. For me, personally, it wasn't the best year. I had some health issues and whatnot, but definitely a lot of positives coming out of this year for a lot of people. I think we actually, Colin and I did a collab like the way back at the beginning of the year. That was fun. Yeah, go check that out. Cedar Fair and Six Flags Stereotypes. Even though some of them might have changed over this year. Well, mainly Six Flags, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, that was a fun video. So it was more of a parody than actually being serious, but it was fun to do, and it feels like it wasn't even this year. It's been like almost a full year since we did that. But yeah, that was pretty good. A lot of new coaster, a lot of shifts in the coaster industry, for sure, this year.
I'll add, it's been a mixed bag year. I'll focus on the coasters, not the personal stuff. When I think of the strategies that the big companies have for their parks and their actions, it's been a mixed bag, right? It's not clear that everyone's executing on their strategies, or they're changing their strategies in flight. And so it's been interesting to see that throughout 2022, and are even starting to see it kind of in some of the announcements in 2023, where there's just a lot of confusion as to what the parks are trying to be. I think in general, it's good for the industry and it's good for the general public. Excuse me. I had to also remind myself, friends of mine are like, like coaster enthusiasts are kind of intense. And I said, really? But when you look at some of us, like we get amped up over, something not being open, or, number of cars on the track. And I think we should all remind ourselves that this is about fun. This isn't, for most people who go to the parks, this isn't the most important thing of their year. And then for some of us, it is. So it was a healthy dose, or a healthy reminder that this thing is supposed to be fun. And as seriously as many of us take it as enthusiasts, we may take it a little too seriously sometimes.
That's for sure.
All right. So personally for me, Jack's hooking some electrical up, but personally for me, it's been a pretty big year. Not coaster like going to the parks wise, but like account wise, because first we had Black Stallion get torn down, and then Shadow Stalker got announced, and then Built to Thrill was like actually a thing, and then we had the Comet Junior get announced, and like a partnership with TJ over at Kingdom Coasters. So yeah, personally it's been a pretty big year, and we gained a lot of followers and everything. And yeah, I went to a lot of parks, and it was a lot of fun. And congrats on 4K, Colin.
Thank you.
Jack, did you want anything to add?
Yeah, I went to a good amount of parks this year, including that big Coaster Mania Kings Island trip that a couple of people did, including Colin and Sammy and myself. It was a pretty good year overall. I actually have some more parks coming up the rest of the year, so I'm excited for that, including getting on Iron Gwazi for the first time.
Yeah, definitely. It was an interesting year. At least for me, we didn't get to the most new parks, but we got to revisit a lot of parks. Of course, we had our Southeast trip over the summer. We got to do a couple new parks. We did Ride Playland, Six Flags Over Georgia. We did the big Coaster Mania trip they mentioned. We were recently in Tennessee about a month ago. There's a lot of really cool stuff throughout the year. And I thought a good way to kind of look back throughout this whole year would be to go into my playlist on the channel for the vlogs, because after all, every time I go to a park, I have to vlog it, because why wouldn't I? So right now I'm going to share my screen with you guys. That way we can see the vlogs of Hollywood Studios in 2022. So started here with Great Adventure 2022 opening day. That was quite the day, of course. I think everyone was very excited about that day because El Toro was first opening, for the first time since the previous year in June. So everyone was very excited that day. Had a few more Great Adventure visits put in there, power hours. Then our Florida trip, where we got to go to SeaWorld Orlando and Busch Gardens Tampa for the Ace Spring Conference. So I first rode Icebreaker, my 300th coaster, and of course Iron Gwazi, which is definitely one of the best coasters I've ever been on. Continuing down, of course, more Great Adventure stuff, because when is there not more Great Adventure? And then we have our Cedar Point and Kings Island trip, which we actually pre-gamed at Great Adventure before we went to this trip. So technically we rode El Toro and Steel Vengeance within 24 hours. Of course, Coaster Mania 2022, that was the big thing. It was a bit of a messy event, but we still made the best of it. Went to Kings Island, Knoebels. We had Seaside Screams at Casino Pier, which was a really great Ace event. Then we had this really cool day at Great Adventure for the Ace World Coaster Ride, where everyone across the country rode a coaster at the same time. We happened to be on El Toro with Brett from Ace, and everyone at Great Adventure made it a really, really cool experience. Then we had a few more things. Of course, Dorney Park, our first visit in 2022. It's also one of the first times I got to film POVs at a park that typically doesn't allow it. We got permission, which was cool. Of course, more Great Adventure stuff. Medusa, we were following the construction of Medusa throughout the whole year, and even got to go to the media day, which was a lot of fun. Then we have the Southeast Strip here with Rye Playland, King's Dominion in the pouring rain, which was fun. Pantheon, riding that for the first time at Busch Gardens, going back to Carowinds, going to over Georgia, and then riding Fury and I-305 within 24 hours, and then riding Twisted Timbers in El Toro within 24 hours. Then, of course, Thrillathon, which was a really, really good event. Gabriel really knocked it out of the park with that one. All of Great Adventure did a great job with that. That was such a good event. Then, of course, grand opening weekend for Medusa, which was in September for some reason. Then Playland's Castaway Cove, we had that Ace event down there. Of course, Fright Fest and going back to Dorney Park. There's a couple things left out of here I didn't get the chance to edit yet, like our trip to Wildwood for Coasting by the Ocean and our one Ace event we went to at Dorney over the summer, but that was somewhere in there. Got, of course, Haunt at Dorney Park, Oktoberfest, Great Adventure, and it pretty much completes itself up to where we're at right now. But it was a really cool year. Lots of good stuff to look back on. Really evolved everything I do with YouTube and really everything along those lines lately. And I can't wait to see what the future holds. Have some exciting plans in the works, and I can't wait to see what happens next. That's all I can really say about that. Now, looking at the chat, it's not looking like you guys have many questions. I do see this. Have you guys seen some of the footage of Airy Force 1 testing? I did, and it looks really, really cool. Of course, it's very cold out since it's December, so it's going to be running a little slow. But I was kind of tracking the layout because through the clips I've seen clips of every element of the ride. It looks like it starts off a little slower until you get after the Outer Bank turn, and that double uphill looks really, really intense. That 0G roll over the arcade looks ridiculous. It looks like you just fly through that. Could be like Velocicoaster. And then that whole like twister section with the off-axis hill into the turn, into the other corkscrew 0G roll element, that looks really fast. And then the finale of the ride looks really good. Just airtime, airtime, airtime. What do you guys think?
So yeah, I was just watching that before I hopped on the stream, and it looks good, man. I just checked the weather in Atlanta because I wanted to see how fast I guess proportionally we running. It was like 40s today in Atlanta, so I mean that's pretty cold out for roller coaster weather. Like you're typically riding stuff in the 70s and 80s, especially in Atlanta. And then the thing about like how it was still running like pretty fast in the back half of the ride was pretty good to see. And then I think someone just like, I feel like there's like elements, there's like star elements all over the ride. You look at like the beginning, like you can really just pick out any part of the ride and say that could be the best part of the ride, and I would agree with that. So yeah, I just think looking at like the profiling of how like the train traverses certain elements, like you look at the Raven Trust Dive, I was looking at that and I was like, you spend a lot, there's a lot of time where you're going up and you're still upright and then you flip, so that could be a really snappy inversion. People are saying like, oh, it's gonna be a dive loop, but I think it could be a little bit more than that.
That element kind of reminds me a lot of Jersey Devil and Wonder Woman's first element. Like it looks like they got it exactly from those two rides.
Yeah, it looks like that, but like except instead of having that little like airtime hop, it's more like it's more almost. Yeah,
like a lateral snap.
Yeah, it's gonna be more snappy than that. Like it'll probably feel like, I don't know if everyone's in like the front row of Jersey Devil, but it'll probably feel like the way like that feels. That's not like the whole train though.
Hey Colin, you said something that kind of made me think a little bit as I was going on a couple of coasters on the West Coast last week. When you walk through that layout, I think when you think of B&M and Intamin, like one of the things that we can expect going forward is a ride cadence that is very purposeful. Like if you go back to some of the older coasters, even a decade ago, there's these dead times in the middle of them. There's elements that don't typically flow together properly, but the layout you just called out is very much, a testament to where coaster building is at this point. Like it's almost like choreographed now. You don't throw an element that like brings you counterclockwise and then like negative to the opposite side and like give people whiplash anymore. So that was kind of like phase one, but phase two is really this like choreographed ride experience that is very much thought out and very much purposeful. And I think the way you speak to the elements is definitely a testament to that.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like, speaking to that with RMC, I think with these ground up coasters they're building like Airy Force and the Raptors, I think you're going to see some elements that are very reminiscent to each other appear across the rides. I mean, the first two elements of Airy Force 1 are identical to that of Jersey Devil and Wonder Woman. Starts with the drop into the dive loop. And I think they're going to start using a lot of these elements over and over again because at the end of the day, there's only so many different things you can do at a roller coaster. So as RMC continues to build more and more rides, I think we're going to see less variety and more streamlined elements that you can expect across most of them, almost in the style of B&M, but of course, much more thrilling than that of B&M from, say, 20 years ago.
Yeah. No, they definitely have an apparent design language, and you can see it with, the last years of, I'd say the last 2 years of coaster openings, specifically for RMC.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think with like, oh, you
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna get my thoughts on Airy Force. So what I only saw up to like the Outer Bank, but so far, like I think it looks pretty good. It looks like it's going at a good pace for literally test one. So I'm very excited, and I think that the engine's gonna be even crazier if it's already going that fast, as Colin was saying. And it is pretty reminiscent of Jersey Devil, at least like the first part of it, and then the second part of it. And I think that'll be with most of the ground ups. I think they'll kind of like do some like different things, but the first couple elements will always be a little bit similar.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack's working on something. Jack, did you want to respond? Oh, okay.
I pretty much have the same thoughts. It looked like it was going pretty slow, but that seems what it's going to be going for the temperature and testing. I mean, I bet the second test run that they definitely did like a few minutes later was probably going even faster. So,
yeah.
It does kind of remind me of Jersey Devil's first test run where it looked a little slow. But even after just a couple runs that we saw throughout the day, as people release them, it looks like it's definitely gained more and more speed. And I personally am still very excited. I think it's close to the top of my list of most anticipated new coasters opening next year. It just looks really, really good.
Here's one thing to think about. Even though they have very similar elements, let's not forget the distinct difference between a single rail, single seat coaster and a dual rail, double seat coaster.
Right.
Will make those elements, in some cases, I think, pretty exaggerated.
Yeah, definitely.
I think like what Darius is saying, the design of roller coasters has gotten so much better throughout the years. Like you look at the lineup of new roller coasters coming this year, and you're like, I don't see any. Like you never see a roller coaster built anymore. It's like, oh, that's gonna be a dud. Like everything's built with like a purpose, and then like we got a lot of family coasters coming. I think they're gonna be really good. The designers have just figured out how to make a roller like. A park asks for a roller coaster. Like we want a family throw coaster, and they can make it perfectly. And I think like I think that's going to be really cool to see in the future because like everything's going to be ordered with such precise like design specifications and stuff, and it's like manufacturers know how these elements are going to feel at this point, and it's going to be really cool to see in the future because everything that's going to be every new roller coaster should be really good, except obviously for the prototypes and stuff, which is they're prototypes, so stuff's going to happen, but I think there's going to be a lot of really good roller coasters opening up in the future. And even like, I don't even think Airy Force 1 cost, like it was a decent amount. It was like probably, I think it was like 13 million Airy Force 1 cost. I'm not sure if anybody can verify that, but
Sounds about right.
yeah, it's like, that's fairly affordable. Like if any park wanted to splurge and get a ride like that, that's pretty doable.
Yeah, definitely.
It's no like B&M, like that's probably going to be about similar size to like Goliath at over Georgia, and that's like probably half the cost. So, and with inflation and all that stuff as well.
One thing I'm really curious about with Airy Force, obviously, if you've seen the testing footage, you would know that the trains are shorter than normal RMC trains. It has 5 cars as opposed to 6 cars. And for me personally, as soon as it was announced and I caught that in the animation, I was like, oh, I was very disappointed because I know how much that extra car really does add to the back row experience. I mean, when you're on, say, a coaster like Iron Gwazi, you ride row 10 and you ride row 12, there's a huge difference. And I'm very curious to see how Airy Force rides compared to the other RMC coasters. Because as far as I know, every other RMC coaster has 12 rows, 6 cars. This only has 5 cars, 10 rows. So I have a feeling that the drop is probably not going to be as good as the other RMCs. And there's probably a couple other aspects of the ride that simply won't be as good because you don't have that back row like you do on the other ones. But of course, we all have to wait and see. So maybe they modified their design language to fit with the 5 cars as opposed to 6 cars.
Does it have a half car in the front? Because I think one of the tricks that RMC in particular looks to be employing when you look at the half cars is I think they're playing with the weight on the half car. So that's a trick that might still give it the 12 car or the 12 row feel versus the 10 row feel. These guys are geniuses, man. They've definitely thought about this a lot more elegantly than kind of coaster designers in the past. So they may trick us, right? They may throw a couple extra 100 pounds in that half car to give that pull through that we're looking for from a 12 row variety.
That's true. That's definitely true.
Yeah, people talk about that. I'm like, it's you know, a little bit disappointing, but I feel like it's like for Air Force One, the layout's really good. It's like the way I don't know, the perspective I could say it is like the way people are gonna rank it. I feel like the floor is like really high. The floor is really high for that ride. There's not many scenarios where I see people like rank saying, "Oh, this ride's not very good." I just don't really see it. That might knock down the ceiling a little bit, so it won't be like it might not have the potential to be like the best coaster in the world in a lot of people's eyes, but I think it's still going to be a top tier ride versus where Wildcats Revenge, like, which is still going to be very good as well. I feel like there's a little more room where I could say like it might with the elements, it might not be quite as good, but you know, they're still going to be both very good rides.
You guys haven't even mentioned the fact that the hills are a lot tighter on Airy Force, so that could definitely benefit the back car.
That's true.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
Yeah, the layout, the way to design that coaster is very interesting. If you look at like the way like the amount of land it takes up, it doesn't take up that much land. If you look at it from like an aerial view, it's like I think it's like an L shape kind of thing, and it's like they specifically designed it so they could add a lot more to that park, from what I've heard.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it's the only iBox full steel coaster, right?
Well, technically, Storm Chaser is.
Yeah.
Too.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
First ground up steel.
Yes, first ground up steel.
So yeah, this should be like seems like a very systematic ride. Like if you're looking at it from like a business perspective, this ride is gonna get a lot of media attention because I really feel like the media has become like a lot of like, even though like people love to say like how, you know, coaster enthusiasts don't like the coaster enthusiasts do like social media has become so big. That's like the kind of people are going to be coming to the parks are people with social media. So if you get you know, 1 million views on these videos of Air Force One, people are going to start wanting to go ride it. And then they get other things like, you know, more family oriented things. Like they're talking about getting like a hotel and stuff. And they've already put in like 2 family rides, like under the radar from what I've seen. Like, so they're really trying to gear up to make this park like a real competitor.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like with RMC, with the coasters that are ground up, they're going to start employing more of a out and back type layout. You look at Zadra, it's very out and back, out and back. Airy Force One, out, back, and then an L and comes back. Jersey Devil and Wonder Woman, out and back. So I think with the how would I word it? Well, the ground up coasters, the ones that they're not redoing, I think they're going to be a little more formulaic with their layout.
Yeah, I think it's given them a very specific advantage, especially with their tight turnarounds, like the crow's nest turnaround and the reverses they have, because, you know, parks, you know, trying to squeeze in more coasters, land is still a premium. This out and back layout that they've kind of, you know, gone to has definitely given them a leg up in terms of, hey, we can fit this in this place. So I think you're onto something with noting that they definitely have a layout that's a part of that design language that we talked about earlier.
I think the idea of RMC, like they're kind of like what people fail to realize sometimes is that they're sort of a budget manufacturer when you put them up against like an Intamin or a B&M. Like, not only are their rides cheaper, but they take up less space, and they what's the other word? Oh, and they're not quite as costly. So like everything's built to make it like a systematic edition. Like, there are some drawbacks, like you're seeing some like technical issues with some of these rides, but like I think if you're a small park or a medium sized park, RMC is probably the biggest appeal. I think Intamin has a greater appeal for the larger parks, and same with B&M and Mach. But RMC is gonna, I think we're gonna see a lot of RMCs. Like, I'm not saying like we're gonna see them at all these like small parks across the country, but I think like smaller chain parks, independent parks, are gonna look toward RMC versus some of these other manufacturers because they just cost a lot of money at this point.
Yeah. I feel like B&M has figured out a way to appeal like to both sides of the equation with their kind of, rubber stamp parking lot designs, like the Batmans. They perfected that model. I think you're right. RMC has mass appeal to both larger chains and smaller chains just because of their flexibility and their price point and their design. I think the one I'm a little worried about, honestly, is Intamin, right? Intamin looks like Arrow, but like, 2 decades later, right? Like, amazing engineering, questionable reliability. I think, ultimately it's a race between B&M and RMC to kind of get mass appeal with the coaster leadership. But I definitely hear what you're saying.
Yeah,
I think Intamin plays a big part in the game, though. Even with their bad reliability, their coasters are getting way better, and everyone's seeing that. So I think they're still throwing a kind of like a bone in the whole pot.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. They just are very reminiscent to Arrow because, like, look at Arrow's last coaster, X, right? Like, arguably one of the most innovative coasters to open. Like, Arrow went out of business at the top of their game, right? And so I just think Intamin is very much reminiscent of that like last phase of Arrow where they have great coaster designs, they have the reliability challenges that are getting better, and the question is, can they outrun the bear, right? Can they continue to make coasters at a rate that keeps them lucrative while they change their business model, because their business model is definitely changing.
I guess we just see what happens with Top Thrill, and that'll kind of be like the big deciding factor.
Yeah.
So, but Colin, we have to go just because we have to finish cleaning up, and then I'll be back at 8.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Okay. We'll be back in just a bit.
Yeah, I think the main thing with Intamin, the main advantage they have over what Arrow had in their situation is Intamin's got a nice like global appeal. Like, you see a lot of Intamins in Europe. Like, I think like when you're looking at the landscape of 2023, the 2 big coasters in Europe are both Intamins. So that's the advantage they have, which is why I think they're in a pretty safe spot. I think their American market's a little more in danger, like you said, Darius, with RMC kind of having a stranglehold on some of these smaller parks, which I think I'm not sure, in somewhere like Intamin's like mission statement says they want to give smaller parks like standout rides or something. And it's like RMC can do that at a cheaper cost and probably just overall just a better product, at least in the park's perspective. So I think I'm not sure how much of a future Intamin has in America. And then like with Dragster, are they going to work on that? And is if Cedar Fair gets back into it with Intamin, I think they're going to be able to work their way back into the market. But if they don't, and I don't know what Salim's plans are, so I think the changes dominate America, and the smaller parks just don't have. There's not enough of an appeal for Intamin.
Yeah. Someone mentioned in the comments that Intamin's a massive company that makes more rides than just roller coasters. Absolutely. Yeah. But the investment cycles here are pretty wide. And if you miss one, and you don't get, the 5 coasters you're expecting in your forecast, and the 2 flat rides, and, the drop the drop ride, it only takes a handful of those misses in terms of contracting. If you guys look at that Arrow story, there's a really good, I'll look at for it and send it to you, Colin. There's a really good kind of, I'll call it a mockumentary, because I don't know if these people were legit, but they broke down a lot of what led to Arrow's failure. And it was not the fact that they were single threaded in their product, not the fact that like they didn't have great coasters. It was mainly around the fact that they just missed the investment cycle. They didn't have the products where they needed to be when people were buying.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So I think now might be a good time to move on to another question. And we have this one from Droopily Sloth. What do you think the I assume that means retheme of Nitro is going to be if it happens? I'm not going to say much yet because I do plan to release a video very soon on what is going to happen to Nitro more than likely. Let's just say that what is probably going to happen to Nitro in terms of retheme is not my first choice. It's not my first name choice, but I'm still excited to see what they do. Of course, everyone's going to find out soon what exactly it is that they're doing to Nitro, but I can tell you they're retheming it and giving it a fresh coat of paint. That is different than what it currently has.
Is that going to be I heard something that might be a 2023 project. Is that something they're going to be working on in the off season?
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I think I don't really care. I don't really think the name is good or bad. I'm neutral. It's just a very generic coaster, and the paint scheme is not very good. So if they can fix that up a little bit, like even if something simple like printing the rails orange or something, I'd be a bigger fan of what it is, because I think the concept's good. It's just like Six Flags let it corrode for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what they do. It's one of my favorite coasters. As long as it's still smooth and fast, I'll be happy. If I had to go after something crazy, I'm still waiting for B&M to throw a couple of reverse chairs on their.
Yeah.
Give me half of each row reverse. Maybe for the last four. I don't know. That would be an interesting development. No one's done it really.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people have done reverse trains, but I think a couple of cars, given the modularity of that seating system, like it's 4 bolts, turn them around. I mean, I know there's releases and everything else.
They tried to do that on Bizarro when they were retheming Medusa to Bizarro in 2009. And there's pictures of them having the seat reversed, but they did test it with reverse seats, and they said it was way too intense. So I guess somehow Batman backwards is less intense than that, which doesn't make any sense to me. But I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity. That would have been really cool.
Yeah, they could do that, because we've seen them. They turn the whole train backwards on Hollywood Dream in Japan. So I think it'd be fine with Nitro, because it's a pretty straightforward coaster, and it's not too intense. Like the Helix, pretty intense, but everything else is fine.
Yeah. Next question we have here. Do you believe that Tron will become a very popular ride? Oh, yeah. I think it'll probably become the most popular, if not one of the most popular rides at Magic Kingdom.
I think it'll be. Yeah, I think it'll be possibly the best, probably the best Disney coaster for sure. I can't necessarily say that with conviction because I haven't done Guardians, but I think it'll be the most popular Disney coaster, and probably up there. Like, I'm sure the lines will be worse than Guardians. And then what's the other ride? Star Wars, the
Rise of the Resistance.
Yeah, that and Pandora. So it'll be a ride like that, but it'll be very good, and probably around like 4 or 5 in Florida if I had to guess, especially with that Epic Universe coaster coming.
Yeah, if the Shanghai version of it's any indication of its success, I think hands down it'll be the best one, in the stateside parks. Guardians, you haven't been on it. Guardians is amazing. The theming, different song every ride. I got to ride it back to back when I was out there earlier in November, and it's a top-notch ride. It's not going to be the greatest thrill ride in the world, but just theming, motion, definitely goes a long way.
Yeah, if I had to guess, there's the reason why they cloned it.
Next question, also from Jubilee Sloth. What do you think the markings at Great Adventure is? So for those of you who don't know what he's referencing or they're referencing, there are markings, the bridge right by Jersey Devil where we've been taking the Barnstormer construction updates from, and where we also were taking Jersey Devil construction updates from. On the other side of that bridge, there's a bunch of markings on the ground, and obviously they've been looking to expand their kids area. They did it with Barnstormer. And I think it's very possible there's going to be another ride plopped right there. Maybe they're even going to remove the bridge, which I hope doesn't happen because I really like that bridge. But I, of course, theorized in my one video that they could be building a Skyline kiddie coaster over there. I think that'd be amazing. Perfect spot. Put it right next to your other single rail coaster and have it right by that kids area to kind of bridge the gap a little bit. I think that'd be awesome. But maybe it could just be a seaport ride coming back, but I don't think that's not going to lead to anything. I think those markings are definitely alluding to something happening very soon.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about it, but I've always said I hope they would really do a full upgrade of their kid area, and it looks like that's something like that's going to happen, or at least my new part of it's going to look better. But they've done some improvements like Little Devil and stuff, and it would actually be funny because they had a single rail there, and they're like that'd be a perfect opportunity for like a Little Devil, but like they already have one, so it's like Devil. I don't know. Uncle Devil or something, that'd be funny.
Middle Devil.
Middle Devil, yeah. Make it like
Speaking of single rails, I'm getting a single rail in my backyard over at Fiesta, Texas. Another one.
Go.
Getting the first racing single rail.
You guys are spoiled over there.
Yeah, we are. We're spoiled with miniatures. Like,
yeah,
everything's done on a slightly smaller scale. Everyone says everything's bigger in Texas, and I say everything's bigger in Texas except for our roller coasters.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, next up, here's a question. What does the future of your channel hold? Also, congrats on 4K. That's a really good question, and I'd love to see what my answer is now and then come back 5 years later and see how wrong I am. Really more of the same. I'm really hoping, of course, to attract more viewers and figure out how to make videos that appeal to a more broad audience than just strictly coaster enthusiasts. So I've been trying to experiment a little bit here and there with videos that not necessarily just us would be interested in watching, that maybe members of the general public would also find interesting. I would love to expand a little more into other, I guess, divisions of thrill seeking as opposed to just coasters. Of course, coasters are my main passion, but there's a lot of really cool stuff around that I love doing, like go-karts and other stuff. I'd love to do some of that on the channel too. So really just depends on where I decide to take it. Of course, college will be coming up in about a year or two, so that might put a damper in the plans, but we're just going to push and push, do some great trips next year, and do as much as we can while I can, hopefully. Next up, is Great Adventure going to have their biggest event for 50th before 50th begins in 2024, like Fiesta Texas did with their 30th event before 2022? Okay. I think I understand what you're trying to say. So I think Great Adventure is going to have a big year in 2024, as I've been saying for a while now. I think they're going to be making their 2023 new edition announcements in the spring, probably around the same time they made their announcements for 2022 with Medusa, Summer Vibes, and all that. I think they're going to make a big deal when they're announcing the 2024 coaster, which I'm pretty sure we all know is happening for most likely at least. I really hope that by that time we'll have a new park president who's really passionate about the park, much like Jeffrey Siebert is about his park, and they can really elevate it to a new level and just make a really, really great thing like what Fiesta Texas did with FT92. I love the idea of having a presentation like that for your new rides, for your fans. That was just genius on the part of Jeffrey Siebert. So moral of the story, I hope we get our Jeffrey Siebert equivalent by that time because it'll make things a whole lot better.
Yeah, 2024 has to be a big year. It's New York's premier amusement park in the area. You got Philly right down the road. You know, if they don't make a splash for their 50th, I think that'll be very disappointing. And it'll actually be a signal that there's something else afoot. I mean, no one meets a half-century milestone without, doing something big typically, unless they're in trouble.
Yeah, Salim's really been loading up the bigger parks. I think that's what he's gonna do. That's gonna be his plan to try to dig out of the hole. And with I think that's the smart move, the smart business move, and I'm sure Great Adventure is at the top of the list behind Fiesta Texas and Magic Mountain. So I'm sure some big's coming, but I don't know. Follow Colin for that stuff. I'm not gonna know.
Next up, in the future, do you see yourself working at/for Six Flags? That's a really good question. It really depends on what I decide to do with my life, I guess. I don't really see myself doing this forever. I want to move more into the engineering field. But if an opportunity arose and I could do something really cool for Six Flags, I would definitely take it. Of course, I have a lot of connections, and I know a lot of really great people that work for Six Flags, both corporate, great adventure, many parks. So if the opportunity presents itself, I'll definitely take it if it's worth taking. So I'm not going to count it out. What is Great Adventure getting in 2023 next year? They're getting Barnstormer. All right, next. But for real, they're going to be doing something very similar to what they did for 2022. So I think they're going to try to follow like a similar format every year, where they're going to do a rehab of a ride that is in need of a rehab. So of course next year that will be Nitro. I think we could see another Seaport ride make its return, although maybe that one won't even open until 2024, kind of following Barnstormer's pattern. I think there's going to be new restaurants, park enhancements. Of course, we have a lot of new festivals coming next year, like we did this year with Summer Vibes and Oktoberfest. So pretty much expect like an expanded version of what happened in 2022, if I had to guess.
Well, Colin, they're getting two things on top of it. Like we're getting El Toro back, right?
That's true. That's true. A nice retract El Toro.
Or well, that's like a yearly thing now, though.
Yeah. Next up, what is everyone's number one park out of all the parks you've visited? I've been kind of going back and forth on this for myself. Ever since I visited it for the first time in 2020, I've said Silver Dollar City is my favorite. To me, it's just like the most perfect park I've been to, where there's nothing wrong with it. I'd say Dollywood's up there, Cedar Point's up there, Kings Island, Hershey Park. There's a lot of excellent parks out there. And Fiesta, Texas. Can't forget Fiesta, Texas.
Yeah. I'm spoiled. Fiesta, Texas is a great place to visit, but like I make the off-color remarks about our mini coasters. Magic Mountain holds a special place in my heart. It's like one of like my first big coaster trips a couple of decades ago now. But like other big parks, it's definitely fallen a little bit behind. Obviously, Cedar Point, like fan favorite, and anyone who pulls up the peninsula and looks and is like, is this real? Like it's just a phenomenal place to go visit. You get goosebumps when you drive into the parking lot for the first, second, or in my case, 30th time. But I'll tell you, man, if you can get out of the States, I've been to a couple of parks, outside of the country. In the Japanese parks, in particular, Nagashima Spa Land and Fuji-Q Islands, like those are amazing parks. They have a different vibe. Nothing's in English. Like it's kind of crazy. So like you're just running around with your translator trying to figure out how to make the best of it. And I'm going to tell you guys this: the best churros on the planet, Nagashima Spa Land.
That's interesting.
Yeah, for me, I really like Cedar Point. I had a good visit this year. I think they're on the right path with they're doing the boardwalk refurb stuff, so that's gonna be really fun. Wild Mouse is gonna be great, but it's gonna be fun. It's another credit. I'm actually more excited for the Grand Pavilion and stuff. So it's gonna be really nice. And they really up their food game and stuff, so I'm happy about that. I really liked Islands when I went. That was actually before Velocicoaster I went, so I'm sure I'll like the park even more when I get to ride that. And Kings Island, it's got a really good feel to it. It feels like a kind of home style park, but at the same time, there's so many good roller coasters. And then Great Adventure is actually, I wouldn't say it's one of my favorite park ever, but I probably have some of the most fun experiences ever. Just the way the park has so many good coasters, and it's usually not too busy, so you can get a lot of rides in at once. And there's so many good, going back from El Toro and Kingda Ka and Jersey Devil running around. It's a really fun experience, especially if you're not like Colin and go there every weekend.
Yeah. I think Great Adventure has potential to be one of, if not the best parks out there. Just, I think when that potential is fully realized, it's not there quite yet.
Yep, they just got to clean up a little bit, and then there's a couple things they could do, and then they're going to be in good shape. They're in the
best position of any park. Like, they're not landlocked like Cedar Point. Like, they have New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, Pennsylvania. Like they have pretty much the entire Eastern Seaboard if you really want to be like dramatic. And yet they've never capitalized on their positioning and the amount of land that they have to be able to make themselves the premier coaster destination, or I'd say premier amusement destination.
There's a lot of room for growth.
Hotel, like,
Yeah.
Tons of room.
The next question here comes from Filthy NJ with an addition to it by Drew AJ. So opinions on when/if RMC announces a Giga T-Rex and what park you think will get it. Honestly, I don't know when they're going to do a Giga T-Rex or just a T-Rex in general. I think I saw somewhere further down in the chat they're trying to perfect, or they should perfect, their Raptor model first, and I think that's what they're going to do. They've made it very clear that big parks can handle a Raptor. I think Jersey Devil has one of the best throughputs, and the line moves so fast when it's running.
It's crazy, man.
Like it moves faster than most coasters at the park. It's wild for how little capacity you think it would have. It works perfectly. So honestly, I don't know if there's really that much of a need for the T-Rex. I think they can hold on to the Raptors for a little while now until a park really wants to push for a big T-Rex like that. As for what park, I have no clue.
I think we're 2 years away, just looking at the progress of Wonder Woman, like at Fiesta, Texas, and where it started, the challenges it had from a ride control system, and I won't say safety systems, but they had a lot of bugs, right? It was the first of that family of coasters. To watch even that ride itself evolve and look at the other kind of offshoots, I think they're perfecting their product on the Raptors. And to your point, I think we're about 24 months away until we see a T-Rex. If I had to guess, it's either Cedar Point or Magic Mountain.
Yeah, for me, I really just look at it and say, who's gonna? I think they're gonna be ready in a year or two to start selling it, but like they might be ready now for all I know. But it just depends on who's gonna buy it and what they want to do with it. Like, my opinion personally, I think they could probably go 300 with the iBox. I don't think there's anything stopping them from doing that. So, if a park wants a Giga, say, what's a good example? Maybe just Great Adventure. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but just say Great Adventure wants a Giga and they go to RMC and they look at the models and they're like, okay, do we want to go T-Rex or do we want to go hybrid, like 320 feet? And like, I don't think there's anything stopping them from building a hybrid that tall, especially with their lift structure being able to have that see-through, and you don't really need the crazy amount of supports. But for me, it's just, my question is who's gonna buy it, and that's just going to be the decider. If someone wants to get a 500 footer, then yeah, they're probably going to get a T-Rex, but it just depends on who wants to buy it.
Also have to mention, as you can see in the bottom left hand of your screen, Ace has joined us from the car. Ace was at Great Adventure earlier today with Tom. There's actually going to be a video from Tom releasing at 9:15, which is going to be during the intermission period of the stream. So at 9:15, I definitely recommend going and checking out that video and coming right back over to the stream for 9:30 when we're back from the intermission. But welcome, Ace.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Give me a second because my godmother's coming in the car. I'm just here sporadically because, as promised, I'm trying my best to be on stream while I'm driving. Let me help my godmother in the car. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
How you doing, love?
All right. So we're going to on to the next question here. What ride do you think Great Adventure will get in 2024? First T-Rex, first Axis, B&M Giga. Wow. I think I've made what I think is going to happen for the park very clear. I think a B&M Giga is in the future, or just a Giga in general. I think they need to really go all out, because Hershey Park is going all out, and they need to go all out to compete. So,
I mean, Hershey's the Dark Stalker, definitely a Giga. I know. The question is, there's a I'll call it a generation of Gigas that like had some promise that never actually showed up. Do we get multi?
Okay. Sitting here. Oh, you. Okay. Well.
Oh,
sorry.
Ace, you there?
Do we get a multi-inversion Giga?
That could be crazy.
That would be wild.
We're overdue. Like, I mean, let's break 3 with standalone versions. If Great Adventure really wants to push for their 50th, maybe they're the ones who bring that.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right there. Ace, what do you think Great Adventure is going to get in 2024?
What is this?
Ace, you there?
Yeah, Colin.
What do you think Great Adventure is going to get in 2024?
I can't. Can you turn up your volume?
I think my volume is as loud as it can be.
Excuse me. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I don't know if my volume is down. Can y'all hear me?
Oh, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, why is the volume down? Well, let me try my
Bluetooth.
I think Ace is having some technical difficulties, so we're going to move on to the next question. Let's see here.
Like when I went to
This is crazy. Congratulations.
Canada.
One day soon. Your hard work is finally paying off. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
How about now?
Too. Ace, can you hear us?
Yeah, it's on the phone. Let me see if I can. Let me try my.
All right. That's okay. I think Nitro will be rethemed to Shazam.
I know what I gotta do.
Shazam sequel film to come out next year. I actually have a lot to say about this. For those of you who don't follow the film industry as closely as I do, there's been a lot going on with DC and their films. So James Gunn, who you may know from directing Guardians of the Galaxy, he has been brought forward as the CEO of DC Studios. And essentially he's doing a massive reboot of the DC universe. Henry Cavill's no longer Superman. Seems like they're kind of outing all the older Justice League members. And I think Shazam is kind of in that weird gray area. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Shazam is another one who winds up getting recast or just full on gotten rid of. So I think to theme Nitro to a DC Comics character who has a movie coming out, but that movie may not even be part of a canon at all. So I don't think it's really a good idea. Just like I think it would be foolish for them to theme it to Aquaman or any other DC hero who's having a movie release.
Hey, Kyle, I got to bounce, but I'll see if I can make it back at 30 after.
All righty, sounds good, Darius.
All right.
I can hear you a little bit.
You can hear us, Ace?
Yeah, a little bit. I have it on regular. I try to put it on my Bluetooth to hear you on the car speaker.
Okay, I need for you to pull over here for a moment.
Okay.
I need to check the back of the line.
All right. So next up, let's see.
Okay. I got
That
you.
would be wild. I never.
All right. Yeah, I can hear you a little bit, Colin. Go ahead. What's the question?
Well, earlier I asked, what coaster do you think Great Adventure is getting in 2024?
Well, that's been very, very illustrious. The illustrious Giga. That's. I'm gonna stick to my plan and what I had alluded to months ago. And I spoke to Tom about that today, and of course I spoke to your father and you and everybody, countless and numerous fellow coaster enthusiasts. And I believe it's gonna be Giga because that's a 5 or 6 year plan to have a massive project like that. And if John signed off on it, yeah, that would have been in 2019 at least, the latest. And there's no way you can go back on that and change that. Just like El Toro. That's why we have El Toro. Because they tried to cancel it, but it was far gone. So I'm just hoping that that's the case, that the plans are far gone to try to cancel it.
Right. Now I see this comment from Mary Best.
Oh, good,
Batman is generally a more mild thrill ride, so reverse wouldn't affect it much. I think Batman is actually way more intense than Medusa. So
I agree.
Yeah, I think Medusa would probably still be more mild than Batman backwards. Let's see. Imagine one day every train at Great Adventure was turned around. It's like imagine riding Toro or Ka backwards. That would be wild, especially Ka, because your neck goes flying forwards because of the launch. And
Probably break people's necks.
Back row, flying down the drop backwards. That would be insane. What do you think about that, Ace? Ace, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
What would you think about riding King the Ka and El Toro backwards?
I think that would be insane. Because you're talking about the tallest roller coaster going at least over 100 miles per hour backwards. Well, actually, that would be great because I got to do top throw dragster backwards. So yeah, that would be pretty cool.
When did you do top
That'd be awesome. And then Arturo, that would definitely be more insane because you already have a lot of ejector air time on that. So that would be amazing. I wouldn't mind trying that out. That'd be new.
And it looks like we have another person joining us for the stream. John, welcome to the stream.
Yep. Hey, how's everybody doing?
How you
Pretty
doing?
good, John. Pretty good.
Yep. Congratulations on 4K.
Thanks, man.
Yep, welcome.
And it looks like we have yet another person. Sammy has returned and is now in a comfortable setting.
Thank God.
All right. Next up here we have, who is your favorite Six Flags CEO in the past 10 years? Winkler, Anderson, Salim, or okay. Winkler was never CEO, unfortunately. I thought Jim Reed Anderson was very entertaining just because of those videos he used to make for an announcement.
Yeah, it was fun.
I think my favorite one was the one where he announced Jersey Devil and he was like cooking and he like, I don't know, it was weird, corny, but he was very entertaining. Of course, Salim, I've met him.
Castles are expensive again.
Of course, not everyone agrees with the direction he's going in, and truly, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen with it. Ace, who was your favorite Six Flags CEO?
That's a hard choice. I like Spanos. It would be between Spanos and Reed Anderson.
Spanos was good. It's just unfortunate he never really got to run the park.
I like Spanos. Spanos had a shot at really taking us to greater heights, but he never got the chance.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Spanos was good.
All right. Next up, unless anyone else has anything to add, before Medusa was announced, I asked an employee about it, and they told me everything that was happening in the park. Well, you might as well tell me, and I can see what I've heard too.
Compare notes.
Why are the Six Flags parks adding rides which bring in guests if they want to keep attendance down? You know, that's a good point, actually.
Yep.
I think maybe they realize there's not enough attendance.
I'm pretty sure their attendance dropped below what they're looking to do. Like, they didn't want to drop it that much. They wanted to get it like, I think it was like 28 million or something for the chain, and they dropped way below that. So I think they're looking to get it back up a little bit, but they got to find the happy medium.
Definitely. Ace, what do you think?
Oh, we lost.
Okay. I guess I'll
What do
give
you
my
guys
2
think?
cents then. I mean, at the end of the day, it's what the public wants, and at the end of the day, they also want more money. So if bringing in the crowds again is what's getting them more money, then they'll go by that. I think they already have gotten like the less attendance, which helps, and people have noticed that. So people still want to come to the park, and I don't think it's gonna bring the attendance to an all-time high that's gonna like just make it so overcrowded to the point where you can't ride anything. But I also think that they do need to bring attendance in, and they've realized that. So.
Wow, this is a mess.
And they've lowered prices of passes, so.
I just had it, right? Oh, wow.
Ace, you there? Hello? Ace?
I have to go here.
All right. I think all the ride rehabs and park maintenance are leading up to the 50th being huge at Great Adventure, and we also have Sanity at Great Adventure at Giga. If you watched our Sesame Place vlog, you would know that he wrote a note for Santa to Great Adventure at Giga, so hopefully it happens. Guess we'll see. Let's see here. Great Adventure has the most potential of any Six Flags park. That I pretty much agree with. There's a lot of potential at Great Adventure, and like I said, if it can get realized, this park would be absolutely wild.
Yep.
Let's see. If it is a Giga, which manufacturer would you want to build it? I'd like to go with Intamin personally. I think Intamin would be great. I think B&M would just be a more well-rounded, good pair. Although I do personally prefer that of Intamin. I like i305 a lot. I think something like i305 with a better design language, more modern like Velocicoaster and Pantheon. I think that could be really good. Really good. What do you guys think?
I think B&M makes the most sense. I think RMC would be the stretch, and Intamin is like the best option if you were going to go with one. What does everyone else think?
If I had my choice, I'd say Mach, but that's probably not going to happen. I think B&M is the logical choice, but I would love to see Mach. I'm going to bounce here, but nice seeing y'all, and congrats on 4K, Colin.
All right,
I
Lucan,
know.
thanks for hopping on.
I'm trying to put the maps in because this car is different.
What was that, Ace? I don't think we have Ace. John, what do you think?
B&M. Yeah, I mean, makes sense with all the other B&Ms in the park.
That's true. Oh, Ace is back. Ace, you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Did you get your audio issues sorted out?
Well, I got that done. I'm trying to get my maps, but I'm just gonna have to get to Connecticut the best way I can. So it's hard to say because from the likes of things, it looks like it's going to be a B&M Giga because of the deal that Six Flags apparently has with what happened with Six Flags Fiesta, Texas.
Turn right.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm guessing, I'm hoping that it has a lot of airtime. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
That'd be
All
great.
right.
Like the form of, like pretty much in the likes of Fury's airtime. Excuse me. And a little bit of Orion. That'd be nice.
Flip past Ace earlier coming off Nitro.
Head southeast. Then
Oh,
turn
are
right.
you alluding to Nitro?
Yes. Flip said that he passed you coming off Nitro earlier.
I'm sorry, you said what about Nitro?
Flip said that he passed you when he was coming off Nitro earlier.
Turn right.
Oh yeah, I've said hi to a lot of people today. Tom could attest to that.
I'm sure he could.
I didn't even. It was so fast when I was going up on Nitro. I did wave my hand. It was like a blur because you know how fast. Well, you know how fast we go on the rides. It's go go go.
Right. Yeah. Ace.
No pun intended.
All right. Let's see. Next up, I can tell you this: it will not be a DC theme. At Rollathon 2021, Winkler said what's coming for 2024 will change the park forever. Keep in mind that was before Salim took over, so whatever it is, it was definitely in the works for a while. Yeah, definitely. Ace, what do you think?
I concur. Just what I alluded to earlier. It's a five-year plus plan when it comes to a project of that magnitude. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm extremely optimistic about the project. And that we do have on our side.
Yeah.
You know, because there's too many funds that's been appropriated towards this project.
Yep.
So you can't cancel that. There's no way you're going to cancel $30 million project like that. No way.
Yeah.
And so just definitely be on the lookout for what's going to happen in
Turn right onto the ramp.
the back of the park behind Medusa in the arena.
Yeah. Next up, won't be a DC theme because it's probably themed to the Pine Barrens. Yes, it definitely will not be a DC theme for Nitro. Aren't the
Turn
trains
right onto the ramp.
and not backwards because of the aerodynamic front? On a ride like Ka, that wouldn't really matter because it's the same either way. And I mean, really, you can just move the location of the
800 feet.
ride like
Turn
Nitro.
right.
Well, actually, you could just keep it in that same spot, so it wouldn't really make a difference.
Turn right.
What do you think is the next roller coaster to get removed from Great Adventure? I think it's kind of between two. I think it's going to either be Green Lantern or Skull Mountain. Skull Mountain has been in a pretty, I don't want to say bad state, but it's been in a state where it hasn't received the most love. I think a refurbishment of that ride is very needed to really get that back that it's missing. The ride itself runs a little rougher than it used to, but it's still fun. I just wish it had some of the theming back that it used to have. What do you guys think?
I would probably say Dark Knight.
Okay. Sammy, what do you think?
It's a tough one. They don't have like old coasters anymore.
No.
And you know they're not going to get rid of Mine Train because it's just a classic. So, I mean, honestly, Green Lantern could bite the dust, but I think I'm going to have to give my blow to Skull Mountain because it doesn't get the attendance it used to. And I think they realized that, and that spot is prime real estate right next to the lake.
Right.
So, I don't know, but I would take that with a grain of salt a little bit and just kind of figure, like, I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens in the next couple of years. But
Just don't tell Tom that we think Skull Mountain's leaving because he'll have a panic attack.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, someone in the chat said Skull Mountain is out.
Turn left onto the ramp.
Ace, what do you think the next coaster to get removed from Great Adventure is?
The next coaster to be removed. That's a hard choice. I wouldn't say Skull Mountain or Runaway Train. I would say possibly the Green Lantern, maybe for replacement. I could see that.
Maybe.
Because it's not the most popular ride in the park. Think about it, ever since we replaced Green Machine.
But they could also give it like the new stand-up trains if it goes well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. All right, next up, Hollywood Studios over Coaster Studios. Now, I can't really speak on that, but I might agree.
I disagree. I'm just kidding.
I agree.
I assume you're talking about Lantern here. I think it's a super underrated with some great forces, really intense. Fills a gap with the intensity category of Great Adventure. I love Green Lantern. I just think if it was a sit down, it would be up there as like one of the best coasters at the park for sure. Of course, the stand up aspect makes it a little uncomfortable, but it's very, very intense. Hello, Katie. I can. Do you have any, I guess, specific questions? So what is the rumored name for Nitro? That will be revealed in a future video. I can't say it here. Have to wait. Yep, I think I agree with you there, Damon.
In a quarter mile. Take the exit on the right.
Yeah, I was just gonna say for Nitro, it's a shame. I mean, I don't know. I've been getting so much hate on it. I'd say to fit alongside with Jersey Devil Coaster, as much as everybody hates DC, I'd say Solomon Grundy would kind of fit that whole monster. Yeah.
But I think if they use the DC name, they're trying to use something more marketable than Solomon Grundy because he's not very, well known at all. I don't even know him.
Turn right.
I mean, you never know with James Gunn and Peter Safran. I mean, he's the type of guy that can take obscure characters and turn them big. I mean, look what he did with Guardians.
In 800 feet. Turn right.
You get to the I-95 highway.
I literally just finished Black Adam.
Like, you don't work over there.
I can't believe Black Adam's already on streaming. So fast.
Yeah.
Let's see. Green Lantern is too big to get rid of.
Turn right.
I mean, they got rid of it from Kentucky Kingdom and brought it to Great Adventure. But at the same time, yes, they were to give it to like a smaller park. Because I do see down below here, Philip NJ said Green Lantern gets moved to smaller park with sit-down trains that do theme. I mean, yes, but also, I don't know. Guess we'll have to see. All right. Next up, we have, if Mine Train were to get the axe, would there be anything to possibly replace that plot? No. That's why I don't think Mine Train will ever get removed. They'll just keep refurb. There's no reason to get rid of it. It's reliable, too. It's old, so occasionally parts need to be replaced, but at the end of the day, it's still very, very reliable.
In 600 feet,
Great
Turn
Adventure
right.
brought back the lights in Skull Mountain and swap the music for the holidays, I think attendance would jump. I think they should set Skull Mountain up to actually go forward with the theme they have established for it. Like, I thought the whole Summer Vibes overhaul was cool because it gave new life to it. That was temporary, and it didn't fit with Skull Mountain's theme at all. I think if they went all in on the mountain theme and like mysterious stuff and had it spooky like they used to, but made it even better, I think Skull Mountain would be one of the highlights of Great Adventure. But unfortunately, there are no effects during the ride. There's no sound anymore, and I think it really needs that overhaul to make it the ride it used to be.
Or even how about for Skull Mountain,
Make a U-turn.
if they could get the licensing, probably not, but theme it to something like Movie Worlds Australia has, which is themed to the spooky coaster Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, definitely. That could be cool.
In 400 feet, turn left.
Skull Mountain is so boring
Turn
after the
left.
first drop.
Then
Like, it's not
turn
gonna lie,
left.
the most boring coaster in the park other than Little Devil and Harley Quinn. It has a couple little pops and, you know, cool stuff, but I don't know. I still think it's fun. What do you guys
Turn
think?
left. Then turn left.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with Skull Mountain at the end of the day. It's a good family coaster. It fills a gap, but they have those coasters that fill the same
Turn
gap,
right. Then
which
turn
is
right.
why I think it could be the next one removed. But I think an overhaul would work wonders for that coaster in general, because they do need like a heavily themed indoor coaster. And while Dark Knight is that coaster, I feel like that's also kind of been dying down a little bit.
Yep. With Skull Mountain, though, do they still have parts for that? Can they still, maintain it, or do they have to get rid of it, like how they got rid of the Hydro Flume and Movie Town Water Effect because the companies were defunct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's see. Question for Ace. Ace, Brian Gray would like to know where you're off to.
Connecticut.
Oh,
Yeah, going on a
In
nice
400
drive
feet, turn left.
with my godmother.
Turn left.
that's very
Then
nice.
So
turn left.
do a little bit of shopping, not much, at Walmart. Because obviously New Jersey, I just came from New Jersey. It's a madhouse,
Sharp left.
and Long Island is horrible. This is the best. It's actually clear traffic on the I-95, so I might as well take that 40-mile drive, which isn't bad at all.
Your directions sound like it's sending you all over the place.
In 500 feet.
have
You said
making
what?
stop
Turn right.
in the middle of the highway?
No, I'm actually in the on the local road. Get into the
Turn
I-95.
right. Then turn right.
Oh, I'm saying that your directions are going crazy.
Yeah, no, I have to put it together because now I have my Android Auto and all this other stuff going together, so I have to disconnect the maps. That's what I have to do. So yeah, I'm gonna do that eventually. Yeah, because these directions are crazy. Let's see what I have here.
Nitro's retheme was never confirmed. It's just heavily known, I guess, among the park community that it's happening. Let's see. Will Golden Kingdom ever get a second ride? Zumanjaro doesn't count, in my opinion. I hope. I think they can really expand that whole area in between Zumanjaro's queue and El
There you
Toro.
go.
A lot of room right there for new expansions, new rides, flat rides, coaster even.
Oh, this is cool.
The dive coaster would look pretty cool there.
Definitely.
This is cool.
Green
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if anybody really knows this, but so before Joker, the whole timeline, Zoo wasn't supposed to come in at
Look at
14.
that. New technology.
2015 was supposed to be, or 14 or 15 was supposed to be RM's Rolling Thunder, and Zoo was supposed to come in 2019.
Wow. That's very late.
Tell me if I'm wrong here, but the animation for the new Fiesta Texas coaster looks almost identical to that spot. Like that coaster.
You feel comfortable?
You know, that's
Yeah.
not
Like, it
fair animation,
No,
right?
but I know it's not. No, it's not.
Standing on
But
the
it looks like it would
jibber jabber,
comfortably
but-
fit in that spot.
Right. I mean, I guess I could see it.
And the colors, like the green and yellow.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I'm just putting it out there.
Let's see. Skull Mountain is definitely a good ride, but let's be honest. After the first drop, it's kind of bland. I mean, yeah, that's true. But like I said, if they added effects, they could really make it something cool.
Excuse me, Colin. Colin, don't get off the subject because I didn't get to speak on this. I have to say this.
Sorry.
I've always alluded to this. I'm a huge Disney fan, but I don't like what the direction is going in now. However, I always love Disney. And listen, you know what I would love to see? I would love to see, like, can't be Space Mountain because of copyright infringement, but something like a space theme. I would love to see that and like completely dark with the stars. That's what I've always thought about. I spoke to Tom about that today because I like space. I like Skull Mountain. We got on it like 3 straight times, and it was pretty cool. So that's my idea to retheme Skull Mountain and bring it back to prominence.
I'd have to concur with you there, Ace. It's a very, very exquisite idea.
Oh, I would love that. That is exquisite. Absolutely. Yeah.
Let's see here. You know why Zumajaro's been closed before Fright Fest for the past 2 years?
He would
Honestly,
know.
I have no idea, but I really don't
way.
like it because I love Zumajaro, and to see it closed very often, it aggravates me. I'll be honest.
Last year, it was because
Toro.
it was down because of the part it needed because it was. And then this year, because of that, they're allegedly saying because of staffing, which is BS. Just Sleem just trying to pinch pennies.
That's definitely well known. Just like with Holiday in the Park. That is true. That's what it's been about 2022. Saving and pinching pennies.
Let's see. Six Flags should have listened to RMC and strengthened Rolling Thunder support so they could RMC it.
Oh.
They don't. Yeah, Rolling Thunder will forever be known to me as the biggest missed opportunity in terms of RMC potential. Ace, why don't you share your opinions on it?
Oh, I have countless, numerous thoughts about that. Your father and I have always spoken about the Great Rolling Thunder. It would have been nice to have a Mobius loop like Twisted Colossus, at least something. You know what? They could have rehabbed Rolling Thunder, now that you think about it, with the supports, because RMC is a miracle company when it comes to bringing dilapidated, worn-out Woodies back to life. That would have been great, because that's a huge plot of land, and that would have been a superstar coaster for the park. So that was a missed opportunity.
My only opinion on that is, do you think the park would be able to afford to have that and Jersey Devil coaster?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
1000%. Not even a question.
Yeah, because see what would have happened. Yeah, look at this. Think about it.
Almost better.
If you had Twisted Thunder, whatever they would have called it. Oh yeah, that would have definitely brought people to the park, because if Twisted Colossus is a superstar coaster of Magic Mountain, you could imagine what Twisted Thunder or Iron Thunder, whatever they would have called it, would have been. It would have been one hell of a coaster. Oh, no doubt about it. It would have definitely brought people to the park.
I mean, they still could build it.
Yeah.
It'd be ground up, but they could do it as an homage.
Yeah, that would be great. Have that
I-
too with the gig. Yeah, that'd be great.
In 1,000
But
feet.
here's the $1 million question: would you rather have that or the Giga? At the end of the day, you think?
Well, oh yeah, the gig is great.
I don't know.
But
like
think about it.
question.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I feel like it's a tougher question than you think, because while the
Yeah.
Giga is great, we already have Nitro, so we have that feeling of going fast, and we have Ka, so it's not like we don't have like that hype factor.
Yeah.
But we don't have like the actual ground. Well, we give a ground up RMC, but we don't have like the iBox with the endless airtime and the inversions all in one. So,
Right.
take that as you will.
Well, we deserve payback anyway. Look at what happened in the last Since we got our last coaster before Jersey Devil, 2006, it took us like 15, 16 years to get a new coaster. We deserve this. So that's how I see it.
In 1,000
To have
feet,
as many coasters as
continue
possible, especially big ones like this. Because I've seen Magic Mountain and Fiesta Texas get a hell of a lot of new coasters in the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And we definitely deserve some. I don't care if we get 3 in the next 7 or 8. We deserve it.
You're right.
Yep.
continue straight.
Does Tom run Great Adventure History? He's one of a bunch of people. He's actually one of the main contributors. He doesn't run it. Harry runs it. Tom is higher up at Great Adventure History.
In 1,000 feet, turn right.
2024, the Great Adventure Scream Machine. I don't know. I mean, it could work. Be an odd name, but it could work. Ace, what do you think about that name?
Which one?
The Great Adventure Scream Machine.
For which coaster?
For the 2024 project.
Assume for a Giga, right?
Probably.
You said Great Adventure Scream Machine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I listen. Anything to pay homage to the baddest coaster in the world in the 80s, why not? That's what saved our park. I have to go with that. That saved Great Adventure. It's the Scream Machine, so you have to pay homage to that. I wouldn't have anything against that.
I think something perfect for them to do in the future, like, down the line, if they wind up
Turn
getting
right.
a dive coaster,
Turn right onto the ramp.
call it Freefall, in homage to Stuntman's Freefall.
That's an interesting one too.
The Intamin first generation drop tower that we had.
Wow.
Turn right onto the ramp.
Interesting.
Iron Thunder or whatever would have been better because it was out and back and the layout wasn't a circle like it was a Mobius loop, so they could have made a zero-G stall over the first. Yeah, there's a lot they could have done with Rolling Thunder, which is why it's so disappointing that they did nothing with it. But that's just how it goes, I guess.
Well, listen, when you look at all of it, because I just looked at on RCDB when they had the random roller coaster. We all know that very well. They had Rolling Thunder. I think I sent it to you and your dad. And you look at all of the drops that they have. Of course, you could have had numerous different aspects to the coaster, whether it's stalls and moles, all types of stuff. Oh yeah, there's a lot for that coaster.
But we don't really know the actual story behind it. We just know that it was the structure was falling apart, and that's.
I know that, but yeah.
But there's obviously a bigger reason behind it, because Twisted Colossus was supposed to be ours.
You said Twisted Colossus was supposed to be what?
It was supposed to be ours. They were supposed to do that with Rolling Thunder.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that would have been great.
You have all the elements of an RMC hybrid, but not together on the same ride. That's very true. You have El Toro's ejector, Jersey Devil's inversions and whatnot, but not an RMC hybrid. I wish we did have an RMC hybrid. It'd be great. I'd rather have the RMC Rolling Thunder over the Giga. I just feel like I think it could be a better ride, RMC Rolling Thunder, than the Giga. But if we're given the opportunity to have a Giga, I mean, you got to take it, because when else are you going to get that opportunity?
Here's the thing. You know what you're getting with a Giga. RMC Rolling Thunder, you don't know what you're getting. It could be something like Airy Force, or it could be something like Iron Gwazi.
Yeah.
Which either way, it's going to be a good coaster. But I think I'd rather have a Giga over Airy Force, but I think I'd rather have Iron Gwazi over a Giga.
Yeah.
Well, when you look at this, when you have the opportunity to get a $30 to $35 million Giga, and then in the future, then you can work your way to something cheaper like an Iron Gwazi or a Twisted Rolling Thunder, whatever they would call it, to pay homage to the great coaster. So I like to have both. I have to go a little greedy. Two of the greatest coasters in the world right now that are standing: Giga coasters and RMC ground ups, or even conversions.
Right. Let's see, what's next in here? The Giga would be more appealing to the GP. That's true.
Yeah.
They would eat that up. They would love it.
Yeah, that's a moneymaker right there. Think about it. Just like when your father could attest to this. When Ka and Toro opened up the two greatest years of a roller coaster theme park ever, we had some crazy crowds. You literally had to run the King of Ka off, face a 4-hour line, and El Toro was a 2-hour line easily.
Right.
Right at the beginning of the day, in 2005 and 2006. For many years, actually, for 4 or 5 years, it was like that, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we've run out of questions. So, if any of you have anything interesting you'd like to share?
Literally only Shadow Stalker. Like that's the
Oh.
only thing I have.
Ace, did your
I
phone
have
fall?
Say that again?
Oh, there it is. There you go. Your phone had fallen.
Oh, no, I actually have it on the dashboard. I have it on the window, so, yeah, I just faced it towards me.
Right.
So, the interesting thing is that the next 2 years, pretty much, I won't say post-pandemic, because we're still in the pandemic, but you could say as we get away from the bad days of it, we're going to have some big years in 23 and 24. 23 is going to be crazy. And then, of course, with our proposed Giga and all the other stuff, and who knows what Cedar Point, there's going to be a lot of stuff happening in next. That's going to be exciting. I'm excited about those 2 years.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
So, but yeah, the one thing I don't know if I'll contribute is that I think I sent you, Colin, about the updated article of the Who Really Owns
Make
the
a
Theme
U-turn.
thing. But there was an updated article that stated that Disney World reached out to Universal multiple times for the Marvel rights, and they've said no. And it
800 feet.
It's
Slight
stepped
left.
out of a. I'm sorry, what, Ace?
No, I didn't say anything.
And it stems out of a rumor from Universal in 2024 buying the rights to, or buying
Slight left.
from Discovery,
Slight left.
Warner.
Interesting.
But if they were to acquire it, they wouldn't automatically
Slight
get
left.
rights.
Then
But there
turn
was,
right onto the ramp.
I know Universal's very smart to keep those Marvel rights.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
In the quarter mile. At the roundabout, take the third exit.
So
I-
you're saying that, excuse me, so Disney's going to, so basically Universal's going to keep the rights.
Yeah.
How many years is the contract?
It has no legal end.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I like
And-
that. I don't want to see anything change at Universal.
So I think it'll happen. And if it does, they either can buy the rights from Six Flags or buy Six Flags as a whole, which I don't know. That could be a toss up.
400 feet. Continue straight.
If he has to prove
Continue straight.
make
Turn right.
to their level. My only thought was, like, for example, Great Adventure would be probably demographically the most sense because the amount of people that go there. But for Ace, did you say you live in New York?
Yeah, New York City.
How hard or easy is it to get to Great Adventure?
It's not hard at all because I go toll free, and it's a 2-hour drive, but I do a lot of things in between. I go shopping and I just pretty much get my money's worth while I go down there. So I make a lot of stops, so that keeps me going because it is a long ride.
Then turn right.
So it's a ride to look forward to because I'm going to one of the great parks of all time. Super Park.
With Great Adventure, you're talking about a big Northeast park that has so much pull.
Yeah.
From everywhere, and I mean, that would be a lot of money. The animal
Turn
thing
right.
only
Then
turn
right.
Nice.
That
yeah
might warn them off. Excuse me. But I mean, I don't know. I think it would make the most sense, and obviously it wouldn't be Six Flags Great Adventure anymore. Maybe you could call it something like Warner Brother Movie World.
Turn right, then turn left.
World.
What was that?
I said that, them, or SeaWorld.
Right. I did see something in the chat here about Marvel. Doesn't Disney have the rights for Marvel? Disney owns Marvel. They own the entirety of Marvel. However, before Disney owned Marvel and Universal made a contractual agreement where Universal was able to acquire all theme park rights for Marvel Comics east of the Mississippi. So that is why Disney is able to have vendors campus at Disneyland California, Disneyland Paris, and on there, and they can do it every other park except for Walt Disney World. So they're fighting hard with Universal and try to steal those rights, but Universal's very smart. I've seen like pictures all the time. They sell merch related to Disney's movies, and they make profit. They have Black Panther merch out right now. They're very slick, I must say, very slick.
And Disney could have easily, very easily, canceled that contract, but that just would have pissed them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, Disney is just one hell of a conglomerate, I tell you. They're just, it's like a scavenger hunt. They just get whatever they want.
Excuse me.
Let's see. I think a Premiere multi-launch would work well at Great Adventure. It could grab the attention of the GP as well. I think Great Adventure wants absolutely nothing to do with Premiere after the disaster of Batman and Robin.
Nice.
That's so sad.
Turn right.
Yeah. Let's see. Next up. Slim originally said when he took over, he wanted to only add family rides since the parks have a lot of thrill rides. Do you think he'll stand by that going forward 5 years from now? No, because in the most recent quarterly earnings call, he stated that they're going to start moving more towards big CapEx or capital expenditures, which include roller coasters, thrill rides, etc. They're coming back, thankfully. Great Adventure part of the expansion around the park because a lot of the construction could be finished for 50th anniversary. Seems to be perfectly planned. Actually, they sold that land to a third party, which in my opinion was a really bad decision because Six Flags could have been making a killing off of building stuff on the frontage of Great Adventure. But it's going to wind up benefiting the park, but much more so this third party. They're also building an water park over there, which I have a bad feeling that may negatively affect Hurricane Harbor. So I guess we'll see.
I keep hearing, and I'm not like Colin where it's like I can't say anything because I'm not obligated to anything, but I keep hearing that Hurricane Harbor is supposed to be getting a big overhaul soon in the next 5 years. So maybe they are like planning to compete, but I guess we'll see what happens. But I think that's why they haven't touched Hurricane Harbor because they know that big overhauls come in.
Right.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, that's intriguing.
Harbor needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been almost 10 years since their last edition.
Yeah.
Their last edition was removed.
Yep.
Midwest Racer?
Yeah, 20. Well, that's
I forgot the racer, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And what's it called? Whatever they replaced King Cobra with does not count at all.
Calypso Springs.
Yeah, that thing. Yeah, I think a multi-launch, a Blitz could be amazing for Great Adventure. I know, Ace, you've long talked about a Velocicoaster like Blitz Coaster coming to Great Adventure and how that'd make you ecstatic.
That makes me ecstatic. However, I would make it a super Blitz coaster. I would make it a Giga Blitz, so you could have your Giga and a Blitz. That was before, obviously, of the possible plans of Great Adventure's Giga. But if we do get the Giga, just go with a Velocicoaster. Not a clone, but something similar to it.
Well, I don't think Six Flags can afford to clone a Universal level attraction.
Well, we're not talking about the theming. You can just count that out because that's a true premium park when it comes to the true premium company when it comes to theming. But at least the coaster. I don't think the coaster would be that expensive. It's just the theming that really puts that price tag up.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
Definitely, absolutely.
Mhm.
Universal also owns the rights to Incredible Hulk. That's why he doesn't have a solo movie. Well, he doesn't have a Mark Ruffalo solo
Oh,
movie.
this is beautiful.
So I believe Disney's working on getting the rights to that back. So expect like a World War Hulk style
Be
movie
nice.
very soon in the MCU. At least from what
Yeah, I
I've
thought
heard.
World War Hulk was almost announced, but they
It's
couldn't just because
supposed
they're
to
waiting
happen.
on rights and stuff. Yeah, but I think they're gonna call it World War Hulks because they can't technically use just the Hulk.
Yeah,
So I think they're gonna
Religious.
try to go around. They're gonna try to go around it a little bit.
It's religious.
definitely. Let's see. What do you have in that PC next to you, Colin? This thing has been the source of a lot of aggravation lately. I really need to upgrade it.
That's my friend's son.
It's not the highest level PC, unfortunately.
You're right
but
there.
I'm looking to possibly do an upgrade to it eventually.
Smart for a 16-year-old, right?
Yes, Hurricane Harbor does indeed need a
16.
rebuild. Yes, Hurricane
Colin,
Harbor's
can I ask
25th
a question?
anniversary is in 2025, so maybe we'll see something big happen that year for Hurricane
25
Harbor.
anniversary.
Colin,
Yep.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Sammy.
What can we expect from Hollywood Studios in 2023? Now that we've kind of gone past 2022.
Well, I kind of alluded to that a little bit in the earlier half of the stream. More parks, more new parks, more film, more stuff. And of course, I want to try to break out of the trap, I guess I've kind of felt like I'm stuck in, where I'm only pertaining to the coaster enthusiast audience. I want to get some of that general public looking too.
Going local for,
Definitely. There's a lot that
you miss
I
it.
say on the channel that they could probably
Take
benefit
the ramp.
from the parks. What is everyone's favorite model from any manufacturer? Well, my favorite model would probably have to be the RMC Hybrid.
Take the ramp.
What about you, Sammy?
I think the OG Intamin Blitz, like Maverick, is probably the greatest model that has ever come to any park.
I think the New Age Blitz might have it beat though, like Velocicoaster.
I haven't been on it, so I couldn't tell you, but like personally, Maverick just does it all.
Right. John, what do you think?
RMC Giga. I can't really think of anything else off my head.
Ace?
Listen, y'all all know how many roller coasters I've been on. I got to go with 3. I just can't say which one is better. Definitely the Giga, the RMC, Hyper, Hybrid, or even Ground Up, and the Blitz coaster. Those are the 3 top. When you look at it, all of the 4 best coasters are those models.
Right.
It's like it's tough to say which one's better. I would love to have them all at our Six Flags Great Adventure. Wow, we don't even have one of them yet. That's just amazing.
Yeah.
Closest we have is Nitro, which is a Hyper, but it's 70 feet short of a Giga.
Yeah.
It's any of those 3 are my favorite.
I've been going to Hurricane because a Great Adventure almost weekly since 2019. Never been to Hurricane Harbor. There's just nothing there that makes me want to go. Hurricane Harbor's not my favorite water park, and honestly, like when someone say like my dad or my sister ever want to go to Hurricane Harbor, I just prefer to get dropped off at Great Adventure because honestly, I'm not a big fan of Hurricane Harbor, especially when I've been to water parks like Volcano Bay. It just doesn't hold up.
I concur 1,000,000%. I believe the last time I went there was probably like, wow, Jesus, over 10 years ago, like 13. I haven't been there like over 10 years because of it. They haven't really done none to the park in the last 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable.
Let's hope for that overhaul.
It ain't much needed.
Let's see. Next up. Intamin has those small model launch coasters they came out with last year. It's definitely within Six Flags' budget. I could see them adding a few to some of their parks. Yeah, I could see it. They're definitely more geared towards the smaller parks. And Six Flags, well, we don't know what Six Flags' new budget is anymore at this point, but who knows? Alluded, yes. Alluded is a word I got from Mr. Ace himself. Loves that word, doesn't he?
There's always something to talk about when it comes to coasters. So many stories that we've all told each other.
Yeah.
All the trips we've been on, so.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Let's see. Something cool I'd like to see you do is a gaming video just for a change of scenery. The only game I really have played as of late is Planet Coaster. So, I mean, unless you guys really want to see Planet Coaster content, the problem is, like, I do the 4 meter method and everything. Well, the 1 meter method, I guess it's called. But I get to a point where I don't feel like smoothing the coaster out the whole way. So I'll build really good layouts, and then it's kind of jagged a little bit. So I don't really feel like smoothing it. But maybe.
Yeah, very sophisticated.
Next year, more than likely.
Wow.
I could see us getting back down there.
It's very sophisticated. Wow.
Let's see.
Big words than it is.
Skydiving and go-kart would be great content. Yeah, I would definitely like to do that. Skydiving is definitely on my bucket list. And, of course, I love go-karting. Let's see. My dream is knock down the Dark Knight, build an Intamin Blitz coaster designed off the Chiller, but themed to Robert Pattinson's Batman. That would be sick. The Batman is a really good movie. I like the Dark Knight better, but to see like a modern, Batman ride themed to the new Batman movie would be so cool. Let's see. Pipeline doesn't look like it's going to be that great of a ride. I think it's hit or miss. It's either going to be a total dud or it's going to be really good. There's no in between. Well, maybe it'll just be a mediocre ride. I guess we'll see. Let's see. I'm mad King Cobra was removed from Hurricane Harbor. As far as I know, it was more so done for safety reasons. I think maybe a couple people hit their legs or something going too high, but that's pretty much why it's gone. What is your favorite defunct manufacturer? Ooh, maybe Arrow, maybe Schwarzkopf, probably Arrow, because Arrow does have some really good rides like Magnum, Tennessee Tornado, I imagine X2.
And Loch Ness Monster.
Yep. Ace, what's your favorite defunct manufacturer?
You just alluded to it.
Take the exit on the
Has to be Arrow, the Great American Scream Machine, the Viper, Loch Ness Monster, Tennessee Tornado. Magnum XL, the roller coaster, the New York Big Apple coaster at Las Vegas. That's what it's called. I've been on that. That's a good one. And Desperado looks nice too in Buffalo Bills.
Well, Manhattan Express, that's a Togo.
Wasn't that? I thought that was Arrow.
No, it's Togo.
Oh, I feel like, but I know both. No, go ahead.
There you go.
Go ahead, Ace. Finish up.
I was going to say that Buffalo Bills, I'm sure that's an Arrow. Desperado?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is.
Yeah, okay.
I feel like just for the history and nostalgia, the Roller Coaster Corporation of America is kind of cool. But just because of everything that's happened, it's just kind of like cool history and whatnot. But that doesn't mean like it was a great corporation or anything, but you know where I'm coming from.
Mm. Let's see. Ace is prepping Colin for the SATs with his vocabulary. It does help. I guess it's a
I'm very, very happy, Just by watching sports, there's a guy named Stephen A. Smith. You could think he's really, really helped me to add more synonyms to my articulate vocabulary. And I'm just going. Whenever I see a hair word, I don't know it, I just go to my Google. It's just fun to be like a thesaurus especially for the in your case, you're definitely gonna like that because it's good for your SATs.
Yeah. Well, Ace, you love to keep your vocabulary top notch, as exquisite as it could be. So
Yeah, it's important because when you go to these parks, you're gonna speak to anybody, any of these roller coaster enthusiasts. Who knows if they're doctors, lawyers, nurses? You want to understand what the heck they're saying, and what better way to know? Because I'm sure they're gonna utilize, large words. I'm sure they're very articulate.
articulate. Yeah. All right. Everyone should go to the new go-kart track in Edison. I agree, and I definitely would like to make some content from there. So stay tuned. Maybe it'll happen.
Heck, it's dark out here.
Any thoughts on Zamperla's new LSM technology, train design, and likelihood of them renovating Top Fuel Dragster? I'm still skeptical about Zamperla. So I don't know. I don't think they're doing Dragster. I hope they're not doing Dragster.
No.
What are your thoughts on S&S? They have some good stuff. They have some okay stuff. I think the Axis could either be really good or just okay.
It's a possibility. It's a possibility it could be gimmicky too.
Yeah. Definitely.
So it looks gimmicky.
Turn left onto the ramp.
All right. Next up, low East Coaster fan. Thank you. Colin, I feel like you're always at Great Adventure and you never go to school. I go to school. I just go to Great Adventure when I don't have school.
That's because he's probably
Great America's coasters. I hope they're all going to get relocated. Truly, I think there's a good shot that most of them will.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, most of them will get relocated. They have some really nice roller coasters. I went there in 2021. I was impressed.
Yeah.
Especially Railblazer. I can't wait to see where Railblazer goes to.
I think I might know exactly where it's going, but you guys will just have
yeah, I'm guessing probably Donny Park. That'd be nice if they bring it to Donny Park.
I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah.
It all depends.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah.
This is White Plains. White Plains right here.
All right, let's see. Next up, if you were to ride a defunct ride from anywhere, where would it be? Probably something from Great Adventure. However, I'd love to ride like Volcano or Hypersonic XLC. I really wish I got the chance to ride Scream Machine at Great Adventure, but never happened, of course. I was nowhere near there. But hey, you always think about it. What do you guys think?
I'm in love with the killer, no question.
Yeah, these are great choices you guys have. Great choice. What about you, John?
Probably Great American Scream Machine. Yeah.
Wow. Mine's it's not that many because I've been blessed to ride the big coasters I've always wanted to ride, except I just missed it by like a couple of years. Hypersonic XLC, because I didn't get the King's Dominion until 2010 because of Intimidator. I missed it by a few years. But the good news is, a lot of these coasters been created, when you look at it, have top hats. I guess that I would have to say Accelerator, Stormrunner, Dragster Car, they pay homage to it. So I think that was pretty much the top hat in its infancy. So I could see it that way.
Right. All right, guys, we're gonna end off the questions temporarily right here. I do want to answer this though. I did ride El Diablo and it's just okay. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do one of the quizzes games. If you guys have been watching Hollywood Studios for a while, you would know that we used to do the quizzes weekly streams back in 2020 during the pandemic. And I do have a few of these left over, of course. And this is one that actually all the answers are still correct. So without further ado, let me start the stream for you guys and we will do some quizzes. And this one's going to be a little differently than the other ones because it's going to be paced with me. So everyone will be doing the questions at the same, as we go. So let's see how this goes. There's your join code.
Excuse me, Colin. I have to. Excuse me, Colin.
Yeah.
I have to take a break,
Okay.
and I'll be back. I'll let you know because I remember I told you I'm going to be sporadic. So I'll be back as soon as I'm done with my shopping. So
all right. We
I'll
might be in the middle of an intermission. We'll be back at 9:30 after the intermission.
All right.
All right, peace.
All right.
All right, guys, hop in. Like I said earlier in the stream, of course, there's a lot of new people in here right now. We are having a intermission start at 9:15 p.m. So in about 15 minutes. That's why we're just going to do this really quick. And then after that, we will be back at 9:30 or around 9:30, and we will continue the stream with some new people. I'm going to give you guys about 2 minutes to join this. But make sure you keep the stream open. That way you can follow along and see the questions on the screen. Maybe I'll let... Actually, this music's probably copyrighted, so it's probably not a good idea. Do that. Alrighty. All right, we got 3 people in here. Come on, guys. Hop in, hop in. Put the join code in here, too. You do not need an app. You just go to the website. It's joinmyquiz.com. And the code is 699199. Alrighty. All right, we got 6 people in. You need to wait a couple more. All right, we're going to give you guys till 8:54, and then we're going to get it started. All right, we're going to get started now. You guys can still join as far as I know. And let's start. All right.
Yeah, I had to put my phone on the charger.
There's the leaderboard. Got a lot of you guys got that one wrong. Next up. How tall is Superman the Ride?
This is different. Everyone answered at the same time.
It is different. All right, I'm going to start making it very quick with these questions. Yes, you can join mid-game. The code is in the bottom left-hand corner. Let's see what this does. Oh. I don't know what this does, actually. Well, you've been selected, Zach. I don't know what this does, but... Oh, it does nothing. Oh, sorry. I've never done this on quizzes before. When did Adventureland Long Island open? All right, you guys got 2 seconds. A little more than that. And that's it. Oh, you got a question right, finally. All right, next question.
I think this is the one that I made the questions for.
I think so. All right, next question. What was the former name of Six Flags New England before the Six Flags acquisition? Hope you all get this one. This one, I think, is pretty general knowledge. Let's see. Looks like almost everyone got that one. Yep. It's a max G-force on King to Ka. Correct answer is 5 Gs. Let's see. What's the leaderboard looking like? Sean is still in the lead. Most people said 4.9. As far as I know, it is 5.
I think it changed, Colin.
Maybe it did change. I don't know. Like I said, this is from 2020, so who knows?
I think this was a question that I made.
Probably. I think it's 60. No. 50 something. 59?
Yeah, 59.
Oh, I got it. Let's see how many people. Oh, yeah. Good amount got it right.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's hard.
This one is hard. I think I made this one because I remember you were like complaining about how like challenging I made mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was when I. Wait, what was the answer?
It's coming. Wow.
Wow.
65 degrees.
Why did I think
Man, I made it so 65.1, 64.8. Brutal. This one requires a little bit of thought.
This was a you question because I don't remember this.
This is definitely my question. I believe the correct answer would be 6. You got Skull Mountain, El Toro, King to Ka, Fahrenheit, Storm Runner, and Skyrush. Will takes the lead. Wow.
I thought Coco Cruiser was Intamin.
Skull Mountain.
I thought Coco Cruiser was Intamin.
No, Coco Cruiser's in Perla. Well, this one I don't know because there we go. Cedar Point or Magic Mountain.
That may have changed.
That one.
That may have changed.
Actually, yeah, that's true. But I still Cedar Point had like 71 when I made this. I don't think they lost that many.
I mean, at the moment, a lot of things are closed.
But Magic Mountain doesn't have that many. Oh, I like this view. This view's cool. All right, let's see what's right.
I made this question because I remember mine were so hard, and you were like complaining about it for a long time. This is one of mine.
48 miles per hour. Oh boy, that's a fun one.
No, this wasn't mine.
No, this is mine. I made it like very cryptic. Did anyone get it right? No, no one got it right. Racer and Nessie, whatever Nessie is. Yeah, that was a brutal one. What park was the first Eurofighter built at? I think it's between the two B's. It's either Bon Bon or Babajalan or whatever it's called.
I want to say it's Babajalan, but I feel like it's Bon Bon.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Bon Bon.
It's like Sean is currently in the lead, followed by Will and Charged.
This is a hard one.
On land.
It's a hard one.
Which park has not? Ah, that's an interesting one. I'm pretty sure. I think I know the answer to this one.
This was definitely you love the shorts golf questions. I know this was a you question.
Yeah, because nobody knew them. I'm pretty sure it's Holiday Park.
I thought it was Flamingo Land.
It was Holiday Park.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew Holiday Park did not have it. Let's see. How many feet of? Oh my, that's brutal.
Why would you? I think this was a me question.
That is just mean.
This was a me question.
I don't even know what this one is. It's like the same.
Yeah, no, because I think it's 1,968.5, but I could be wrong.
Nick C. and Drew Dawson have jumped 1968.5.
Yeah, I know I made this one.
Oh, man. The angle of descent on Balder.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
And they're all right to each other.
That's so brutal.
I think it's one of the 60s. I think
it's 69, but I'm not 100% sure.
it's usually one of the middles when you have a question like this.
Yeah.
Oh, 70.
Oh, my bad. Okay, I was close. Balder's really that steep?
I didn't think so. It's got like that turning drop, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Wow.
Colin, you suck.
This is brutal. Oh, man. That's brutal. It's funny because it's never the one that everyone picks.
No.
It's always like the obscure one. All right, next up. How tall is Jackrabbit? Someone answered quick. Jeez. I don't even know this. Maybe. See, that's the problem. They're all so close.
72, right?
Maybe.
I think it's 72.
Then again, the one that everyone's picking isn't always the right one.
Oh. Well.
It's either 72 or 75.
75, I think.
75.
Yeah.
I bet you everyone's got RCDB pulled up so they can look. Oof. I don't know much about. I think
that was 13, right?
I think it was 13 because Smiler was what, right before it?
No, yeah, Smiler was before it. Yeah, I think it was 13.
I'm pretty sure it's 13.
I'm pretty sure it's 13.
Yep. I was pretty sure about that one because Wicker Man was what, Secret Weapon 9?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. And then Smiler was like Secret Weapon 5. What? Wow. What is that ride? I don't even know what that ride is.
I'd like to say 1998. I think I made this question.
Let's see.
No, wait, it might have been 99.
99. Wow. Whoever got that right, good for you. Yeah, this one's very European-centric. Oh, this one I know. I think most people know this one. Oh, maybe not. No, I think majority got it right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 97, 2019. Yep. Nick C moves to second, and Zach moves to fourth. All right, we're almost done. We're at 22. How many coasters did? Oof. I don't even know. I know nothing about Energylandia pre-2018. Probably 2. That's probably like a safe guess. I don't think there was a year back then when they didn't add a coaster. Let's see. Oh, 3. Man, that park is crazy. One person got it right. How do you add 3 in a year? Because it's Energylandia. They get government funding. You can do what they want. How many roller coasters? This one I don't even know. I think it's like, I hope it didn't change. This is the one that could have changed ever since then. I don't think Fuji-Q got rid of anything.
They did add a coaster, right?
Did they? Or did they announce one? No, I think it's still the same. It's probably 6. Yeah.
I think it is 6. Wow, Phil's really falling out.
Yeah, he didn't do too good. I guess because this one doesn't have his American knowledge in it. What year did Wicked open? I'm pretty sure this was, yeah, looks like people are getting it right. I'm pretty sure it's 07. Thankfully, there's a good stream delay, and no one can hear what I'm saying, so not exactly helping anyone. I think someone gave up. Let's see, was it 07?
I think it was 07.
Yeah. Oh, we'll take second. All right, and the final question. What is the name? Oh, this one's easy. This one's very easy.
If you don't get this,
If you don't get this one.
Oh my god.
Oh, Spooky Town. Who said Spooky Town? Mythological World. Oh, man. Obviously, it's Action Zone. For some reason. I don't know why it's still called Action Zone. There's no such thing as Spooky Town or Mythological World. Oh, wow. Rankings didn't change at all. Spooky Town and Mythological.
The way you said it too, you were like, Spooky Town.
Spooky Town. All right, and that's the end of the quiz. Let's see here.
It's gonna go
Leaderboard. Nick in third, Will in second, and Sean in first. Congratulations.
What does Sean win?
He wins bragging rights for now.
For now.
Well, that's this quiz. Maybe we'll do another one a little later on in the stream. 36% accuracy. Oh, man. That's brutal. Well, we're going to be taking our brief intermission starting right now. And actually, during the intermission, there'll be a new video releasing on Hollywood Studios. I'll link to it in the chat. So what I highly recommend doing, stick around on the Hollywood Studios channel. Go check out that video. Come back to the stream. I'll throw on the screen for the intermission, and we'll have some music playing, and we'll see you guys back here at 9:30. All right?
Good night, guys.
Yep. Have a good night.
And we're back. Hello, everyone.
Hey.
We have a whole new cast of characters with us now. We have Phil, my dad. We have Ryan, Mr. Toro. We have Tom, who you all know. And we have Brian.
Hey guys.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up, guys?
All right.
Not much.
So we're going to get this section of the stream started with Ryan, actually. So for those of you who don't know, Ryan was a ride operator at Great Adventure over the summer. Ryan, what rides did you operate?
I was fully trained at Justice League, but I did attendant at Cyborg and also at King Ka.
That's awesome. So Ryan has sent in some pictures for us to go through as he explains his experience while working at Six Flags Great Adventure. I don't want to be there. Oops. I'm just going to do it like that. So right here we have a picture of Ryan working Justice League. Ryan, who took this picture?
That was from Linda Weinstein.
Nice. Next slide here, we have a picture. This is Ryan's main ride here, Justice League, of course. And right here, Ryan, I'm guessing this is from when you were an attendant at Kingdom. The way this picture came out is very weird. I didn't want it to come out like that, but whatever. This is when you were attendant at Kingdom, right?
Yes.
And for those of you who don't know, that is Mike. And then, Ryan, what is this?
That is your thing you get when you start working there, and they hole punch it for your test. Tom had. That's mine. I had all Justice League hole punched. I had a test hole punch, and then I was hole punch certified safe. So it's on the bottom left, on the bottom.
Right. And then over here, Ryan, I think we all know what this is, but if you want to explain.
That's my fancy name, I guess.
So overall, Ryan, how is it working Justice League?
It's pretty cool. It's really not that hard to operate. Like, you have to use a clicker and click when people are on the train for each car. And let's say you have a full car, which is of course 6, so 6 times, and then have to write down on a sticky note how many people you dispatch each hour. And then your supervisor calls them a different ride, and my supervisor, Dwayne or Chris, would call Ryan, how many did you have in 1 hour? And then you tell them, and then they just write it down on a piece of paper from their clipboard, and then go from there.
So, which position at Justice League was your favorite to operate?
Oh, easily operator. Because I had an incident, like when I was doing loader, this lady wanted to bring her baby on the ride. I'm like, I'm sorry, he's not tall enough at all for this. Oh, yes, he is, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I can go my supervisor. And she's like, yeah, you go do that. And he explained, your baby is not tall enough to ride this. Listen to my person working here. He's just trying to save aggravation. And so when I did unloader, you just tell them, okay, this way, have a good day. We had this newbie who almost pressed the ESOP button when I was working. And I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, oh, I pressed the ESOP button, right? I'm like, no. And she had no idea what she was doing.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what would you say overall about your experience working at Great Adventure? Would you recommend it?
Oh, I would definitely highly recommend it for those who want to see the park from a different perspective than just saying, oh, I'm coming here as a guest. When you work there, it's like, wow, there's a lot that goes into your favorite ride opening for the day, if it's going to have downtime. Like, my first day is when a power outage happened, that heat wave went through, and Brian Gray was going to come see me at Justice League, and the park ended up never opening that day.
Tragic.
I know, right? My first day. It's all my fault.
So, Ryan, what made you decide to work at Great Adventure?
Well, I was offered my school job. For those who don't know, I'm a lunch chaperone at a middle school. And I'm like, why not try working at the park? And then they had me go through orientation. They hired me right off the spot without an interview. They said, oh, we know who you are. Welcome aboard. And I went through orientation, and they do take your ride into consideration of which one you want to work. So I'm like, can I get Heroes? Sure. I got it right away, and I worked there from June until September 5th.
So how much did you actually work? Like, how many days would you say?
I worked Wednesdays and Fridays, but I'm also returning next year to try to work around my school job. So
overall, would you recommend working at the park? Oh, actually, I think I already asked that, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Yes.
Well, I remember when you were first looking to work at Great Adventure, you initially wanted your ride to be El Toro.
Obviously, yes.
So were you upset when that wasn't able to happen?
A little bit, but I'm like, because everyone's like, oh, you might not like it as much as you like riding it. I'm like, eh. But I ended up really enjoying working there. I met a lot of nice people, and my hero section was very mellow. It's right next to the backstage area, so you don't have to walk that far. The bathrooms are not that far, so it's convenient.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah,
definitely.
definitely.
I have one more question I was going to ask you.
Sure.
What was I going to ask? Oh, did you have any negative experiences, like with guests other than the one you described?
I told this one lady that the Justice League goes upside down 9 times and she ended up throwing up, and I had to pick up the puke.
Wow.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed myself, and I'm working there again next summer.
What were the perks of working for Great Adventure? Like, what did you get?
We get free tickets for Great Adventure, free tickets for Dorney, free tickets for Hershey. Ride parties, obviously, employee events, stuff like that.
I imagine you probably took advantage of those perks, right? I mean, who wouldn't?
Oh, I went to Hershey 2 times this year. I got on Wildcat on the last day, so I was really happy about that. Yeah, it was really fun though.
So Ryan, next year, if you were able to choose what ride you operate, which one would be at the top of your list and why?
Obviously Toro, because it means so much to me.
What would you say would be second best? Well, second, I guess, in line.
Maybe Nitro.
Yeah.
Because when I was a 10 at Kingda Ka, we were down for 5 hours.
Well, at least you didn't have to do anything.
I just told people no phones, no keys, nothing on you, and I had a guest tell me that I ruined his vacation because Kingda Ka was down and he wanted to see how it was compared to Dragster. And Brian Gray was there that day, and the guy was like that.
So, Brian, actually, I have a question for you pertaining to Ryan.
Yeah.
How would you rate Ryan as a ride operator on a scale from 1 to 10? And why?
Sorry. I say about a 10.
A 10?
Because
wow.
he's efficient. He's very friendly with the guests. He's outgoing, etc.
That's really good to hear. It's always good to hear testimonials from, the guests' perspective. Brian, do you think you would work at Great Adventure?
Probably, if I was given the chance.
What department?
Maybe rides.
Rides? Yeah, that'd be really good. So Ryan, unless you have anything else you want to add regarding your experience at Great Adventure working as a ride operator, take that as a no.
No, I think you covered it all.
Unfortunately, I do see in the chat, I didn't get to see Ryan working either. Unfortunately, the days you were working, because it wasn't that many, I just wasn't at the park.
It's okay. Next year.
I mean, would you say Wednesdays and Fridays, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And they let you choose what days. They let you choose what days you want to work, which is very convenient.
That's really good. Do they have like a minimum amount of days to work per week?
They did when I worked there.
How many was it?
I mean, generally, it was expected that you worked 40-hour weeks. So I'm surprised
So
that we off
Ryan, I
that
guess you
easy,
were
Ryan.
technically part-time then, right?
Yeah.
I was part-time, yeah. And I had to work a few doubles. I worked a few open and closings, so that was really tiring.
Oh, I can imagine. Well, that's it. That's going to be it for Ryan's experiences as a ride operator at Great Adventure in 2022. Love being able to see all the different perspectives from, of course, Tom, who's a veteran, and Brian, who's an even longer veteran from back in the 2000s. And I hope to see some more ride operators, former ride operators, share their experiences. But that's it for Ryan's segment. I did see some requests for another quizzes game. I'm going to hold off on that because Ryan, Brian, Tom, and Phil have all just entered the stream. So, Ryan, Brian, what do you guys have to say? Fill us in on what's been going on.
Just been working.
Yeah, same here. Just working.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Any trips?
Same old thing.
Yeah.
From what, this past year?
Yeah, sure.
I went to Carowinds for my first time, Kings Dominion, Busch Gardens, Williamsburg, Hershey, and that was back in September. And I'm trying to go down to see Desiree in January or early February.
Did Brian go with you on any of those trips?
I invited him, but he didn't want to come.
Yeah, I had work.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, but calling to Phil, in January, John and I are going to Busch Gardens in Tampa.
Oh, no. Are you going with Ryan?
I'm going with John.
Oh,
I'm not cool enough.
Yeah, you are.
That's how it is.
And Copperhead Strike is my 100th coaster, so
nice.
I was really excited about that. That was really fun.
What about you, Tom? How was your day today?
Today was really good. Great Adventure was great. Matt Ryan blew a 30-0 lead to the Vikings. That was cool. It was really good. Great Adventure wasn't too crowded. It was actually more crowded than usual, but still not too bad. We managed to get a ton of rides. Ace was there. He would not stop talking. Shout out to you, Ace. If you're watching. We eventually saw James too, so we got a little bit of the crew going. I got a ton of rides in. It was great. And I got to eat food that wasn't fat burgers, so that was pretty neat.
Nice. What about you? What's going on with you?
Been busy.
Amusement park wise.
Nothing.
No one ever really gets to hear what you have to say.
No, because I never get a chance to talk with all you big mouth people.
Well, now it's your time. What do you have to say?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, not really seeing any questions in the chat, so I'm kind of at a loss for words as to what to talk about. So I have an idea. What do you guys think about Airy Force 1? It started testing today. How do you think it looks? Brian, we can start with you.
It looks fun. Oh, Brian.
Brian, can you move yourself more into the frame?
What's up? Oh, yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
there you go.
Yeah, I have my phone in the charger. Sorry.
Can you turn your phone sideways by any chance?
Sure.
That's better. So what do you think about Airy Force 1?
I think it looks really good. It's something exciting and new.
Well, did you see the footage of it testing today?
Yeah, looks awesome.
It looks like a great fit for that park, and I hope to go down there when I go to Six Flags Over Georgia, which I'm planning to do. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm sitting here watching it right now just so I could be caught up on what's going on because I didn't get a chance to take a look at it. Looks like it's running really fast as far as test runs go, and just the idea that it'll heat up even more and get even faster. Like, this looks like it's going to be a pretty good ride.
Also, the fact that it's 47 degrees.
Yeah, then there's that. That's what I'm getting to here. It's like, this is how fast it's running in December. So this is going to be a pretty good ride once the temperatures go up.
What do you think?
Wait till the summer once it gets hot down there in Georgia. You know how hot it gets down there. That thing's gonna fly.
Yeah,
And hopefully we get the invite for Media Day.
hopefully.
Get to go down there again.
So, Brian, what do you have planned for the off season?
Going to Busch Gardens, like I mentioned before, and just mainly working because I got to pay rent, do all that. Maybe do some outside stuff like that has nothing to do with roller coasters. Maybe bowling, hibachi. Yeah, just to pass the time.
Oh, well, how am I going to moderate? Am I on there now live? Well, Colin had to step away for a minute, so we'll just keep going here. So let's see here. Wait a second here. Just looking up an email here. There we go. Just had to check on a package getting delivered. So you guys are going down to Florida, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. When do you go? January?
Yeah, January 4th to the 11th as of right now.
And Ryan can't go because your brother?
Well, it's also a family trip with my mom and dad
Oh.
because they have a condo down there.
Oh, nice. Nice.
And then
Have fun
Phil
down
in
there.
there. And then
That'd be a good
July, John and I are planning on going to Cedar Point.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah?
the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame too.
That'll be a good trip.
Yeah.
You can link a lot of stuff together with that trip too.
Yeah.
A lot. So what are your plans for next year, Tom?
Definitely trying to get out to California. I think I'm gonna try to make a run at it. Have some airline points I might have access to, so that'll be great.
You have enough for Ace?
Maybe if I don't know, if he behaves, maybe. But I want to try to get to more of the boardwalk parks in New Jersey actually, because I still have not done Maury's piers. I haven't done a lot of that kind of stuff, so I think it's about time I hit those, and they're like right in our backyard.
Maury's, we got to do Maury's for that the event in August.
Right, yeah.
That's the
Maybe
best
I'll try
time to
this
go
year.
there.
It's just one of those things that I've neglected all these years that I probably should have done ages ago. So that's definitely on the radar too.
Yeah. What, Lisa? Then turn it off. Yeah, the Maury's event is really good. So we'll probably get back down there too. So we'll see what happens. So let's see. Is there any questions on here?
I see a good one from Vertical.
Let's see.
It says, if you could bring back a former coaster at Six Flags Great Adventure, what would it be?
That's a tough one. Why don't you go first, Tom?
Well, I think everyone's first answer would probably be Chiller, because it kind of gives us that middle of the pack launch coaster back that everyone like. It's not obviously like West Coast racers, but it's along those lines, sort of, in that it's not as intense a launch as King Ka. But either Chiller or Rolling Thunder, I would say, just to have a dueling coaster back. I really wish we had another wooden coaster like for families. I have such a soft spot for Rolling Thunder as my first coaster, so something like that or Chiller.
How about you, Brian?
Probably the Great American Scream Machine.
I concur. How about you, Ryan?
I would probably say Jumbo Jet is like from the first year, and since I wasn't
Schwarzkopf?
alive or anything that. Yeah,
I never rode that.
I think it's still operating
No
like
one
in
did.
England.
Yeah, I don't think anyone rode any of those. Yeah, I would go with. It'd be a tough call, but it would be Scream Machine, Rolling Thunder, and obviously the Chiller. But somewhere tossed up in there.
How about Lightning Loops?
That was good, but that was like there's still the one in Frontier City, so it's kind of still around.
True.
So, but that was a cool ride. It was very, very, very intense. Very intense. So let's see, what else do we have on here?
Next question's from Intense Thrills. What's everyone's favorite visit to a park this year?
Ooh, that's a good one. How about you, Ryan? Why don't you go with that one first?
What was my favorite park visit? I would say Carowinds because that's when I hit my World Hunters coaster, and I never expected to get out there so soon. And then riding Fury was just mind blowing. That was a masterpiece, and it's so smooth. It's just an awesome ride. I met some people who've heard of me, so they're like, "Oh my God, what's Mr. Toro doing here?" I'm like, "I'm here to ride Fury." So it was really interesting to have people recognize me down in the Carolinas.
What about you, Brian?
For for trips or
For like your favorite visit to a park this year?
Well, honestly, I really didn't go anywhere because I was working on that. Yeah.
So how about you, Tom? We went on a lot of trips this year.
Yeah, oh man. I think since I really started getting into roller coasters, this was the biggest year I had in terms of new parks. I immediately want to say Kings Island because that has become my favorite park. That was a really good day getting on all those rides. The whole a fun day was when we went to King's Dominion on the way back on the southeast trip.
That was a good day.
Trying to outrun the storms, that was pretty
Yeah.
funny just because you could see how bad it was going to get, and then just the mass exodus as everyone was leaving, trying to get out to the parking lot before it poured. Yeah, we were lucky to beat it.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I don't know what the best day was. There was a lot this year. I mean, between Florida, between our trip, Playland up in New York was a good day. Cedar Point trip was good. But that first day of Great Adventure, that opening day was a really good day.
That was fun, and I think it's gonna be pretty similar next year.
Yeah, that was a really fun day. That was a lot of fun.
Tom, you sound like Batman.
I sound like, I don't know, it sounds like someone else is chewing something in my ears or something.
I hear that.
No, remember when you were in a Toro?
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I know you're talking about right now. I'm like, I don't think it's my internet.
No.
So
That's not me. I'm not. Brian, is that you?
Yeah, it's probably the static feed and all that.
Oh, it's quiet now. What'd you do? Oh, back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's back.
Back.
No.
All right, Tom, I'll let you go through the questions. You go through. You do a better job than me.
All right. Where were we? We were talking about favorite trips and trying to find who had that. Okay. Next question from Drew AJ. Do you guys have any ideas on what Nitro's re-theme will be? James and I were literally talking about this today as we were riding Nitro. We're almost 100% certain it's going to be Goliath, and it's going to take on the Goliath color scheme that once belonged to the one in New England. So that's my guess. I'm pretty sure it's everyone else's guess too, unless there's something else.
Yeah, I concur.
There's even a rumor that we are getting the old Goliath sign that belonged to New England's Boomerang. So
that would make sense.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about it. I'll probably still wind up calling it Nitro, but we'll see.
I don't know, but that Nitro sign would look good hanging in my garage.
Yeah, that'd be a good throw-a-thon raffle. Yeah. Hint to any park people watching. Okay. Brian, Ryan, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
That's what I've heard too, but it will still be Nitro to me.
Nitro's a better name.
Right, more original at least.
Let's see.
All right, next question. Another one from Intense Thrills. Or no, we got another one from Vertical. I'm a few questions down the list. When do you guys think Six Flags St. Louis gets a new coaster? What was their last coaster?
That's a good question.
I know they just got the Catwoman ride. But as far as like coasters,
they'll probably RMC the Boss.
Right.
That's probably what they'll do.
gonna be fun. I think the important thing is, and I just got caught up on the Q3 earnings call, and I realized this was a couple weeks ago, but I've just been so busy at work that I finally got into it. It looks like they're reversing their position on coasters, and it looks like we're going to be getting more. I mean, we see that the new single rail going in, but yeah, I think it'll be something good. RMC Boss sounds like the most likely.
Would make sense.
What do you guys think, Brian and Ryan?
I have never been there, so it would be nice to see them RMC the Boss since they have. Don't they have another one coaster there? That's what's the name of it? I'm stumped. I'm trying to remember the other name of the wooden coaster there.
What's that?
That's St. Louis. Their other, I know they have Boss and then.
Legend.
No, you're thinking of Holiday World.
Was that American Eagle?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah,
that's the other one.
American Thunder. Thank you, Will. It's American Thunder.
That's it.
Right.
Or Screaming Eagle?
Screaming Eagle? I don't know. I'm not really.
Oh, there's two. There's American Thunder and Screaming Eagle.
Ah, okay. All right. I guess we can move on to the next question then. Drew AJ asked, "What is happening to the audio?" I also don't know. No, being a little silly there. The actual question, Intense Thrills, what do you think is going to be done about Wyatt's free plot of land at Six Flags New England? That's a good question.
That's a nice piece of property too, right there. It's a lot of room.
It's good potential there to add something for the skyline, something that you could see to like really change the skyline in that park.
You know what would go good there? A dive coaster.
A dive coaster would be nice. I've seen a few people talk about wanting something like Max Force.
That would go too.
There's a lot of potential. What do you guys think?
A dive would be nice because there's no dive coaster in Massachusetts, and those ones are fairly so. One coast.
Let's see. I think Colin's just about back.
All right, cool, because we don't have any more questions in the chat, so keep asking away, I guess, guys.
I've returned.
Oh, boy.
And as has Ace. Welcome, Ace.
Hey, what's up, Colin?
Oh,
Colin, I almost
what's up,
bought
Phil?
that shirt you're wearing. I almost bought that
What
shirt
you up
today.
to, buddy? How you made weight, Tom? Tom, you survived.
I survived.
How was it?
What?
You survived when I left.
Oh, at the end of the day, it was good. I used
The polar, James's polar girlfriend. Wow, she's a tough girl.
Ryan, do you think you can turn your phone sideways?
For reference, James's girlfriend
Ryan,
Nicole was out
R-Y-N.
there today wearing a T-shirt, and she's an absolute trooper because she rode Nitro in a T-shirt, and I think it was like 43 degrees. So props to her.
Damn.
It's like the Polar Plunge, the coaster event they used to have. But no, it was good, Ace. I think we wound up riding. Well, with them, we rode. They rode Skull Mountain again while I was out with the car. My mom made Ace cookies, so that was pretty cool. But I think they rode Skull Mountain. Then after that, we rode Swashbuckler actually in Joker, so that was pretty cool. I don't think I've ridden that, or Swashbuckler at least, all year, so that was pretty fun. Trying to remember, we did Batman again, and then Justice League, or they left, and then I did Justice League again and Wonder Woman. So I think all in, I was like a little over 20 rides.
You know, it basically turned out to be a trip that it was a Tom and Ace trip without Colin. Like the rides that Colin didn't ride, we rode. We basically rode everything that Colin wouldn't ride. So when Colin comes back, we'll be comfortable with just doing Nitro.
Yep.
So Ace, would you say you had a better time there today without Colin there?
I wouldn't say a better time because Devil was closed, but we had a great time. We had a lot of fun actually. We had a lot of Colin jokes. Go, 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 go! We was just enjoying ourselves. You know, had a lot of Colin jokes. And then we had jokes about you and Colin, mainly with me. We had a lot of fun about it. It was all
we
good.
have a lot of jokes about you too all the time.
Yeah. One more time. Oh, we had a lot of fun. We even had a joke about Chris too. You know.
Oh.
Chris is like a dad to Tom, which is great. Tom is a good young man.
What the heck?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I thought you would be the father, Phil. I thought you had a third child. That's something.
Who?
You know, have Tom as your son. It's pretty cool. So you're a super dad.
What are you trying to say?
You're a super dad.
Ace, I hate to interrupt the stream, but Eric Holla of the New Jersey Devils finally scored a bleeping goal. I will censor myself. That is all you make it.
Wow.
Awful dark in there.
It is.
There's not really many questions in the chat, are there? Maybe now is a pretty good time to do another quizzes. What do you guys say? You want another quizzes?
Go ahead.
Well, I'm waiting for the chat to answer. So chat. Oops. Okay.
Ace, you look like a little kid.
He is a little kid.
There.
Oh.
And he's gone. I was gonna ask him if he got home. He was driving like somewhere after the park. That's why he left.
You better be careful in Connecticut and get picked up.
Here we go. That's much better. Oh, John Gray.
That's not John. It's Brian.
It's Brian.
Fake fan.
Ooh.
Where is John?
See?
Oh, Brian.
Where's your brother?
Brian, are you with John right now?
John's in the living.
It is Brian.
I'm in the my room.
Brian, can you try to?
Brian, you sound like Ned from South Park.
You got bad connection.
What is it?
Yeah, sound. I don't even know what it sounds like. This doesn't sound right.
I know.
Like Ned.
Hey, Phil, what do you think?
About
I had
what?
alluded to earlier about the Giga. That is foregone, just like Toro was. We ended up keeping Toro because we couldn't cancel it. So hopefully that's the same case scenario for the Giga in 24.
I have a
Great
feeling
adventure.
that's the situation. Nobody wants to say it.
Yeah. I alluded to that with Tom earlier. We were having that conversation. Did you hear about my idea for Space Mountain, for Skull Mountain?
What?
You know, like a space theme for Skull Mountain to pretty much renovate it.
Can you repeat that? Dad, you're muted.
Why?
No, never mind. Now you're good.
Did you hear that?
Hear what?
That I was alluding to space Skull Mountain get a Space Mountain like retheme.
Well, you're always alluding to something, so I didn't know what this subject was this time.
Yeah, this was pretty cool because Colin was alluding to Space Mountain not being all that, and I was like, that's a great idea to, give it refreshment. That'd be nice.
I'm on the Brady Bunch watching everybody get moved around.
Wow.
Who's on the next? Who's in the next round of people, Carl?
Oh yeah, that's right. It's 10 o'clock, so it is time to shift over to our next time slot. It looks like everyone who's supposed to be here is here.
And who would that
Except
be?
for Brian Bolt.
Oh, because he's drunk.
Wow.
We're just going right there.
All right, I see a question in the chat. Ace, do you think you could turn your phone sideways by any chance, just so that you fit in the box?
I'm trying my best out here because I have it on the mount. Car mount.
No, just make you fit in the box a little better. Everyone's in a box.
Oh.
I don't think that government phone can do that.
No, it can't.
It has nothing to do with the government phone. It's my lighting. I'm out. I'm out and about now. I'm waiting for my godmother now because she's shopping.
You're not with her?
No, she's shopping. I didn't have to really do much. So Huh?
She's getting your present. You can't be in there.
Ooh.
All right, we have a question in chat from Intense Thrills. What park can use the awesome new Super Boomerang model? Brian, what do you think? Oh shoot! Wait, I think
Sorry, the miss.
Brian, you there? Brian?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. What
Yeah.
park do you think could use the Super Boomerang?
What park? Maybe Great Adventure. I don't.
Why do you think Great Adventure? Brian, can you hear me? You sound like a robot. You got a really bad connection.
Yeah, bad connection.
Yeah, really bad.
Real bad.
Hopefully, you got a good
Brian,
phone.
Brian? Brian?
Yeah.
Brian.
Brian, is that you?
Yeah.
Brian, can you leave and then join back?
Yeah, I'm here.
No. Can you try leaving and then joining back? Because we can't really hear you too well.
I don't know what's up.
Brian, can you hear me? Brian. All right, I'm just gonna have to do that. I don't think Brian can hear us. So Ace, what park do you think could use the awesome new Super Boomerang model? You're muted, Ace.
Six Flags New England.
Oh.
Why? Why do you think that, Ace?
Well, because look at that plot of land that your father alluded to. That's a perfect spot for it. And you, of course, have to take out flashback. You add that to it. It'd be good. So that would make a lot of sense.
I'm not sure. There's I don't know, maybe one of the boardwalk parks could fit with none of those super boomerangs. I'm not sure if any of them have the room for that sort of thing. I would say Jenkinson's, because that's one of the few boardwalk parks I've been to, and they really don't have a super intense roller coaster. But on the other hand, they don't have the room for it. But I don't know. That's my initial thought.
Ace.
Ace is getting carjacked.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Oh, okay. Ryan, what do you think?
I would say probably Great Escape, because they haven't got anything original in a long time. So it would be nice to see that little park get something for once.
Dad, what do you think?
I'm going to say Maury's on the pier that's empty, or when they reopen Funtown Pier at Seaside.
I think it really fit in any park, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna get me copyright claim, man.
I don't even know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on.
What is he doing?
Let's see here. Remove one coaster from Six Flags Great America. What would it be, and what would replace it?
Hey guys. Hey, my good friend. Say hi to my godmother.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
I am getting educated on the rides, because when I was much younger, I couldn't get enough.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's his mother. That's Chris's. That's Phil's mother.
Hey there, Mama. Season's greetings and happy ho ho.
That's your mom? Was that your mom?
No.
Hey Phil, that was your mother? I saw the picture so fast, but you finally get to meet my crazy friends.
Hello, yes.
We're all crazy.
You told me a lot
These are my
about
crazy
you people.
coaster buddies.
You told me everything.
This is the guy that has the well. This is the guy that lives in the rich house right here. This is the guy right here.
Oh
this
my
is my
God,
great
yeah.
friend Tom. His
And
mother.
these are his poor friends.
Yeah, we're poor. We're the poor friends.
All
You
right.
need to have some poor friends to keep you humble.
Oh my God.
Right? That's what I'm saying.
My godmother figured it out quickly. Yeah,
All
but
right.
they all right. He has a good house. Phil and Colin. That's Phil.
All right.
My friends.
Find
No.
another question in here.
Okay.
Intenseville's rates Ryan a 10.
Wow.
Even though he didn't get to see him
Oh,
work.
you could try a cookie. That's the one that Tom. Tom. My godmother's gonna try your cookie.
Oh yeah, that my mom made
It must
I'm
be
gonna
stale
try
by
your
now.
cookie, Tom.
She made them this morning. There's no way there's.
Oh, she's the best. Oh, listen, I had 10 of them.
Right.
I'm going crazy. I had 10. I had 10 of them already. I can't stop. I'm giving her some. Oh my God, they're so good.
Mm.
You're gonna
I had
get
10 of them.
diabetes. Be careful.
No, this is a cheat day. I'm not cheating the other days. I'm just gonna work
You
out. and
cheat
eat healthy.
every day. What the hell you talking about, man?
Exposed.
Every time you go to the park, this is my cheat day. When the hell is it never your cheat day? I'm just saying.
Yeah, Ace always got to get that cake.
Oh, he's making jokes
He
now.
loves cake. We all know he loves cake. You better watch out now.
The
It's
cat's
not
out of
get
the bag.
personal now.
Oh
Let's
my
not get
God.
nasty. Let's not talk about the cake.
He make good
Oh
cake.
my
though.
God.
Let's just stay
Strawberry
to the
vanilla.
cookies. Let's just stay to Phil's cookies.
Oh, Phil's cookies. I mean Tom's cookies.
Tom's cookies.
No, actually, Kelly, his mom.
Don't
she's
make
the
up
best-
your mind. God bless
No,
you.
his mom is Kelly. She made the cookies.
Okay.
But Tom gets the credit for getting them. He shuttled them to me, so you gotta give Tom a lot of credit. He brought them to me.
Mhm.
So yeah, Tom's the man. And his nice Bronco, beautiful
I
Bronco,
love Broncos. Mm-hmm.
a nice blue one.
Ah, my favorite.
It's a nice
color.
car. A nice blue one too, a special blue.
Nice.
Yeah, nice
Right.
one.
Sorry.
Oh, you know what? I have an idea. Let's spice this up a little bit. I have a question for Ace's godmother.
Oh wow, she has a question for you.
Sock it to me.
What is your favorite roller coaster you've ridden?
Long time ago, I rode this one that was called, I think, was a Terminator. It was a little capsule that they strapped you in, and then it sounded like the Terminator, and then it just flipped you every which way. You came out of there a mess. Because it was fast. You went up, down, every which way.
Ace, do you know what it's called?
No, I have no idea. It's before my time. She's been long gone with roller coasters. She don't do roller coasters anymore.
Mm-mm.
This is long ago.
Mhm.
I was thinking of the Cyclone at first,
Nah.
but not the Cyclone.
No, it's a little capsule they put you in, and then they have the Terminator music, and then you flip and you flap and you go up and you go down and you go sideways, you go every which way.
Why does this sound like the Starship, like at Jenkinson's, like that kind of ride?
Oh,
I have no idea.
it was that long ago. That's how long ago it was.
Have you ridden the Dragon Coaster?
Hell no. I ain't crazy.
Oh man.
Why Playland?
I am 67 years old and I'm still in shape. I'm not gonna be this big with my back and everything with sciatica. Hell no. No.
Oh my God.
I had my time in the sun.
Just like him. It's so funny.
Huh?
You talk just like Ace.
We hang around too much together. We're one. Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Ryan, you have any questions?
No.
Tom, you have any questions?
No.
Dad, you have any questions? Chat, you have any questions? Hey, do you have any stories?
Any stories? Oh, I have a great story. Many years ago, when one of my first times ever on the Great Rolling Thunder on the right side, I don't know, I forgot the color of the train. It might have been a blue train. I dragged my mother, which was miraculous, on the Rolling Thunder. And this is the biggest roller coaster we've ever gone on, because obviously it's larger than the Dragon coaster, my first ever coaster. My mother was like, "What the hell have you done to me, boy? What have you done to me? What have you, Ace, what have you done to me?" And my mother wanted to get the hell off the roller coaster. I scared the hell out of my mother. She never got on any roller coaster after that ever again. She pretended to be too heavy to get on the Cyclone. And she told my grandmother. She didn't tell me. I found out years later. I was like, unbelievable. So at least she got on the Rolling Thunder with me. One hell of a story.
Oh my God.
That's the only. That's the only. Yeah, times. She never got on the Cyclone.
And on the rain, in the rain is the best time to get on the Cyclone.
Wow, Cyclone's nice.
Yeah.
They got on the Cyclone. Did you get on the Cyclone, Tom?
No, I haven't.
Wow. What about? Wow.
It's a nice
ride. It's a travesty. You got to get over there to Coney Island.
All of the rides that they have now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a starter up or something.
You got that right. Ryan, you been on it?
Not yet.
You're purposely asking everyone who hasn't been on it.
Wow, that's insane. No, I didn't know that Ryan hasn't been on it. I thought that Ryan would have gone on because it's not that far from you guys. It's a state away, you know. You can take the Verrazano Bridge right to Coney Island.
It's right on Coney.
Yeah, right over the Verrazano, the Gothus, or any of those Staten Island bridges, right? Boom. Staten Island and then Verrazano.
Yeah.
Just got to pay for a few tolls, but it's worth it.
Oh, here's a question. What are all of your credit counts? Mine, I think it's 226. No, 326. I keep saying 2.
That's impressive. He's only 16. That's impressive. Wow, that's up there.
Dad?
367. Plus
That's
or minus.
almost wow.
Tom?
162.
Ryan?
128.
Mr. Ace?
5'11" and counting. Officially on the spread. Officially on the spreadsheet. And a lot more for the great 23. A lot of new coasters to add. A lot.
See, to remind time there was some points.
Yeah, there always has been. But we always put our credits. Everybody's on the credit thing now. We definitely have to. It'd be a travesty if we didn't do it. We work too hard not to have a coaster credit count.
Travesty of a travesty.
Yeah. Wow, Phil's gonna be at 400 soon.
Yep.
Colin,
after that trip to Europe.
Yeah. Oh, in the Jalandia.
Speaking of Ace, what are your 2023 trip plans as of right now?
Well, obviously, like I alluded to Tom, I want to go to the Ohio trip, which obviously is going to be coaster stock with Cedar Point for a couple of days. I got to get those credits at Indiana Beach that I didn't get last year, and also I got to do Holiday World. I haven't been there since 2018. And I got to get that kiddie coaster credit too. And then I don't know when I'm gonna do the Texas trip because I got to wait for Catoland. And
Catoland?
Yeah, Catoland.
Are you kidding me?
Catoland.
Catoland.
Yeah, Catoland.
What the hell do you ride? A bull? What the hell? What do you ride?
It's actually it's like a grand
bull?
It's like a race car park, but now it's a theme park, and they're adding more new.
It's a wacky worm.
Yeah.
Oh Lord.
Now they're gonna have like two new coasters that are opening next year, so. A big one, a tilt coaster. So I'm looking forward to going to that one.
Has anyone been to the one in Japan?
Oh,
No.
Man, no.
No, we had
that's
that looks
crazy.
scary.
It is scary.
That looks scary.
Mm-hmm.
It's very
I'm
scary.
brave, but I'm not that brave.
Yeah, that is a scary one.
That is a real scary one.
Wow.
That's too much on the edge. Oh, hell no.
And then I also have obviously, it's not the ungrateful trip. Remember I was talking about, we had jokes about Phil's friend. No, actually it's going to be my Southeast trip. Similar to the one that we did with Chris and Phil back in October. But this one is going to have Dollywood with it. I got to do that. I do that annually.
You go to Dollywood every year?
No, I didn't do. That's the only park we didn't do was Dollywood. Dollywood out of the trip that we did in October. So I'm gonna do Dollywood with this trip. You know, with the trip that I just finised, the only difference is gonna have Dollywood on top of it. Yeah, I know. That's your second time, right? No. The reason I'm going is because I want to do that new coaster. I want to do that.
You got a new question?
That big coaster.
What is your favorite defunct aero looper? I can't speak on it. Well, actually, Vortex for me, technically.
Oh, mine's simple. The Great American Scream Machine, hands down. That's my baby right there. You know, that saved Great Adventure.
Does Anaconda count?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, Anaconda. That was a good one. No, not Anaconda. I'm thinking of Vortex. Vortex was a good one. Scream Machine's awesome.
What is one coaster you would want to marathon forever? Iron Gwazi.
That's a good one.
Fury 325, the easiest to marathon. You don't get tired. You get to go to the middle. That's easy to marathon.
No.
Toro's pretty easy to marathon too.
Which one? Honest, Ace.
Yeah.
Fury is not the smoothest ride out there.
Well, it's easy to marathon. I got 26 rides on it in one day back in in April. It was working perfectly. It was actually running perfectly in April. When I went on that Friday, April 7th. Yeah, I would marathon Gwazi if I didn't have to get off and all that. Because the thing that killed me was having to get off constantly. The time that I did 26, that I did 26 times in a day, that first day.
The Toro's by far the easiest ride to marathon, just the way everything's set up.
It's very intense.
Yeah, but you don't have to walk around.
Oh, you like it rough anyway, so it's pretty rough. You know. But no, El Toro, I got to give it to you. We got jackhammered left and right, and I was sitting right next to him like a fool, and we were fools just getting jackhammered like 4 or 5 straight times in that second seat. So it is what it is. Toro's a great ride. You know, I would do it. It's one of my favorite coasters. Easily top 10, top 15. You know?
All right, guys, in the chat, I think we're going to run another game of Quiz Is. So I'm going to load up one of the games now and make sure it's still somewhat accurate since it is 2 years old. So just let me run through it real quick.
Yeah, these are the people I hang out with all the time. Father and son, and of course Tom. Sometimes Ryan, the one at the bottom. Sometimes we hang out.
All right, this is looking like it's pretty good.
This is Connecticut still.
All right, yeah, this is good to go. All right, start the quiz. Continue. All right. Start streaming now for you guys. If you guys in the stream would like to play, go right ahead. There you go. There's the code. Get the code in chat for you guys.
Make it fast like last time too.
Yep. Well, this one's set up the normal way. Not like last time.
Why, the speed one was good.
What?
The way you did the speed one was good.
Well, it's not like that this time. All right.
It's warm, right? It's not cold?
No, I'm fine.
That's the same here.
All right. I'm going to start it now because the code will stay up and valid. So we're going to start it.
It's great on gas. At 3/8. It's pretty impressive. Look at the tree to the right. That's nice.
All right. Filthy and Jay starting off with a question wrong.
Damn it.
Wow, that's his father, Filthy and Jay. That's a good name. Filthy
Wait a minute. No, I see what's happening. Damn it.
That's good. You get to see my friends in action. Oh boy, it's some challenging. That's a challenging one.
Jesus Christ.
And that's where you get Jesus Christ.
He's wearing one of them things.
No, I guess trying to figure out what it is. Like, they getting all in my lane and shit. Swerving on like that.
You handle speed.
Well, some
Slow
probably distracted. I'm not at right speed. I'm on the right lane, so I don't got to go that fast. Everybody's going like, oh. I gave you the beef jerky to give to everybody. I mean, the vegetable jerky to give to everybody. It was free.
Probably pay for that later. Ain't nothing free.
Yeah. It smells good. It smells like liquor.
Smells like what?
It smells like liquor. What are they trying to do? Before you know it, before you know it, we'll be in New York. Oh man, a lot of people broken down.
Because they don't check their cars before they leave.
The U-Haul truck is fucked up.
That's the worst.
That is.
All right, I've returned. See a question here. When do you think Six Flags Over Georgia will get a coaster? Hopefully 2024. Looks like Filthy and Jay and Vertical are going at it for first place. Filthy and Jay looks very serious. Very focused.
Oh yeah.
Ace. Your camera fell. I only see your leg.
Yeah. Here we go. Yeah. Actually, you were seeing the console in the middle of the seat. Now you can see me a little bit.
Oh, looks like Filthy and Jay might be finishing in first place.
Wow.
%65% accuracy. And guys, if you do have any more questions, please continue to put them in the chat so we have something to do.
See, look. Welcome to New York.
But that's it.
Yep, back in New York.
Hallelujah, that was quick.
Back into New York from Connecticut. They did a good job fixing the highway. It's brand new. They fixed it.
Very
One that
nice.
takes you right across Westchester County.
Hey, so you near Rye Playland?
Yeah, I'm also near the Governor Cuomo Bridge.
Oh, the Tappan Zee?
Well, that's amazing. Yeah, I'm right near everything. Yeah, the I-287. I was telling my godmother they fixed it. They fixed the ramps and everything. Looks nice. I'm heading to Colin's favorite borough, the BX.
Huh?
What?
Your favorite borough, the Bronx.
Oh, the
Little
Bronx.
Italy. Yeah, the Bronx, Little Italy.
The Boogie Down Bronx.
The Boogie Down, yes, sir. Colin will be hip for the Bronx. I could picture Tom in the Bronx, too. Tom would be cool.
I've been to the Bronx.
Yeah, you got to go to Fordham University.
No.
Fordham University is nice.
No.
Botanical Gardens, that area is nice.
Where did you go, Ace?
We went to Walmart in Norwalk, Connecticut.
No, to school.
Oh, I went to Lehman.
Oh.
Where?
Yeah, Lehman College.
How do you spell it?
Lehman. Yeah, Lehman. Herbert H. Lehman, the former governor of New York.
It's a rabbinical school.
It was a good school. Yeah, they have some good programs.
That's nice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Fordham is nice too.
Fordham, I keep
What
getting
up?
emails from.
Yeah. Soon, Colin will be going to college in a couple of years. Less than 2 years, Colin will be going.
Yeah.
You going away, Colin, or you going to stay at home with Dad and Mom and Riley?
I'd like to go away so I don't have to deal with anyone.
Oh, wow. You hear that, Phil?
That's all right. I
Wow.
can put the garbage out again. That's not a big deal. That's about all he does.
Yeah. Would it be like you, Amalia, get the whole place, pretty much? Like, for Amalia, she's been gone for 2 years, right?
Yeah. Well, 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Well, you're going to miss him, Phil, but at the same time, you're not going to miss him. It's like an
love-hate
oxymoron.
relationship.
It's like a love-hate.
Yeah.
My godmother's daughter moved out 3 years ago. You're sad, but yet you're happy.
Oh, yes, I'm delirious. I'm not happy. I'm way back.
Ace.
Way past happy.
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's up?
Ace.
You can't hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
What'd you get a degree in? At
Nutrition. Nutrition. Remember, I'm a nutritionist.
Oh, you so can you give me
Yeah, I've
some
always been a
advice?
nutritionist. Yeah, absolutely. Eat
Free of
more
charge?
fruits and vegetables. No, I'm giving you advice now. Eat more fruits and vegetables and drink more water. Like Tom is doing a good job doing it. Tom's been on his. We were speaking about that today. That's why everything's going well for him. I've been adding more fruit and vegetables to my diet too here lately, especially. So, oh yeah. I know you're a picky eater, but let's hope that you can find some fruits and vegetables that you like.
Colin, you should try the plant-based jerky that they were giving out at Great Adventure today.
Oh yes, I got 7 packets for Phil and
gonna
Colin.
try
Yo-
it.
Yeah, Tom has some too. You want me to save y'all some? I can save y'all some packets. It's really good for you. It tastes like beef jerky.
Up, Filthy and Jay took first. Vertical got second, and Intense Skills got third.
They love meat. They don't like no. They don't want to hear that.
Accuracy was a lot higher this time. All right, we did get one question. Oh, 2 questions actually. All right, so do you think Great Adventure will do something like Zambezi Zinger at Worlds of Fun, where they bring back a former coaster in a new way? I
Yes.
hope they do.
That would be fun.
Definitely.
Ace, do you care to comment?
What was that?
Can someone read it to him?
Which question?
The one that's on screen.
Oh yeah. Do you think Great Adventure will do something like Zambezi Stinger Worlds of Fun, where they bring back a former coaster in a new way?
Oh yeah, I can see that because you still got that Rolling Thunder plot of land, and that'd be a perfect spot to do it. That'd be cool. Yeah, we could definitely use another wooden coaster.
What is your favorite / the best New England coaster? Boulder Dash, Superman the Ride, or Wicked Cyclone?
That's easy.
You said
Superman.
your favorite New England ride?
I lean Superman too for the airtime.
Yeah, that's a great
Superman,
ride.
of course. Only thing is that because I'm heavier than all you guys, much heavier. Them damn restraints. That's the only thing. I miss the old restraints. These new restraints suck. That's the only thing. I love Superman. It's especially for you too, Tom, because you're heavier than the other guys. But oh man, it's just not fun. But I make the best of it because hey, you have no choice but to deal with the lap bars. Wish I had Millennium Force lap bars. That would be great. The T-bars.
Yes, the Jojo Roll question should be 3 because of Ride the Happiness.
But I still won.
Well,
you prefer Scream Machine or Green Lantern?
Scream Machine. By far.
Oh, of course. Scream Machine. Scream Machine was a roller coaster. That was the gateway to heaven. I love the Scream Machine. Wow. That was a great one.
I think I probably would still prefer Green Lantern.
That's because you're a fool.
Exactly. He has no idea. Oh, he never rode Scream Machine.
Scream Machine.
He don't have an idea. The Green Lantern is rough. Huh. It smacks the hell out of your ears.
At my height, those aero restraints destroy your teeth really bad.
Yeah, that's oof. Green Lantern has a rattle and it beats the hell out of your ears. Smacks the hell out of you. Oof.
No.
I'm not a fan of Green Lantern.
What?
Not a fan of Green Lantern. Definitely not.
Ace, how many times have you been pulled over?
How many times I've been pulled over?
Yeah.
Well, surprisingly, as a black man, 0. Because I take a lot of advice, not even from my godmother, but I take advice from Tyler Perry, aka Medea.
Who?
Medea, Tyler Perry. I watch a lot of the movies and the plays. They always say if you ever got pulled over, well, first and foremost, you follow the rules and don't drive recklessly. But if a cop does pull you over, you keep your hands on the steering wheel and ask the cop, what do you need to be done? Could I give you my wallet? Could I reach for it? You be humble. How many times have you been pulled over, Tom?
Twice.
What about you, Phil?
Both on New Year's Eve, actually.
You said 100 times you've been pulled over, Phil? 100 times?
A lot.
No, I've been pulled over a few times. I'm just joking around with you. But I know how to handle the cops. I humanize the cops with the roller coasters. I'm such a roller coaster geek. They say, "Oh, I've been to Cedar Point, really? Oh, wow." I took my family. I says, "Yeah, I got 200 and something credits." This was like 2 or 3 years ago. They love hearing the stories. But go ahead, Phil.
Probably like 2 in the past 25 years, but before that, a lot.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's a bad, bad boy.
Yeah.
He's a bad boy.
Racing, speeding.
Did any of you get to ride Drachenfire?
No. Nope. Never got to ride it.
No.
Ace, what do you think of it? How do you think it was?
I think that it looked like it was a little rough. I think it was probably rough, but hey, it's no big loss to me. I didn't get to ride it. I just the only one that kills me is the Hypersonic XLC at King's Dominion. That's the only one. That's the only miss. I wish I would have gotten to ride that great, exquisite SNS coaster, the prototype. Wow. My friend is my Virginia friend is a coaster, Virginia connoisseur. So that was his coaster, his home park. You spoke to Dominique before.
Oh, your daughter?
No, the guy from Virginia. Yeah, my
I do
daughter.
agree with that. Do any of you know about the Orient
Oh my
Express
God.
at World of Fun? Yeah, actually, it looked pretty cool. Now, to be honest, I think we might have to start ending the stream down if no one else has anything else to say. Kind of running out of ideas here and how to prolong it.
It's been a long time.
Ace,
Yeah, I
unless
can't
you-
believe you guys have been on here for what's it now? Like 3. Jeez.
Almost 4 hours.
Wow. Jeez.
So that was a great adventure when you guys started this.
Yeah.
Go get some get GPS over here at Connor Street. Maybe test that
Ace,
out.
do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, today when we went to Great Adventure, you were sorely missed. You and Phil were sorely missed.
I'm sure I was.
You are, and you know, to poor Tom, he didn't even want to get Fatburger because he was like feeling depressed. If Phil and Collins not here, I'm not gonna get no Fatburger.
You know, I was feeling depressed. I'm like, oh my God, we can eat not fat burger.
Even though Fatburger's the best thing in the park.
I was fat
He eats it
burger.
all the time. He eats Fatburger every second. The kid, because he's picky, so he eats his Fatburger every second. It's so funny. Oh
I
my
see
God.
in chat. Name one aero coaster you would bring back. Ooh,
The
that's
Scream Machine. The Scream Machine.
I don't know if
The
I'd
Great
say
American Scream Machine. I would.
honestly.
I would bring that
maybe
back.
Vortex at Kings Island.
No.
No, hell no. Scream Machine much smoother.
Orient Express seemed really cool at Worlds of Fun. Oh, Big Bad Wolf. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
right.
He made it.
Oh!
Hey, there he is.
Brian Bowler.
Drunken Fool is here.
I am here.
He looks like he's wasted.
I've had a few
Oh my
drinks.
God. That's funny.
Ace, you got to introduce Brian to your godmother.
I love your little candlestick.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, Ace, how
My
are you?
godmother. This is one of my two coaster buddies.
Where is
Hi,
he?
he's right here. Brian is right there.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, nice to meet you.
How are
Brian's
you?
wasted.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you as well.
Well, there we are.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
wrong with you?
Yeah.
How's it going?
Doing well tonight. Doing well.
I bet you are.
Excellent.
How are you guys doing tonight?
Great.
Not as
We
good
just
as you.
came from Connecticut
Yeah,
shopping
we're
at Walmart.
shopping. We always feel good when we shop.
Yeah. We have to get as much quality time in before my godmother moves, before she moves to Washington.
Oh, that's great. That's excellent.
Yeah. Hey, it's nice and peaceful out there. No hustle bustle like where we living in the Northeast.
Yeah,
With the stupid drivers. Oh my God, it's crazy up here in the
I
Northeast.
ain't got to deal with these assholes over
Yeah, New Jersey, New York asshole drivers. I'm
my
telling you.
God.
Excuse my language, but it's just terrible.
I just got to deal with whatever wolf comes out in Washington State.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, Phil would love the wolf. Phil would love it out there. He loves the wilderness. You got the raccoons and all the other animals out there.
Raccoons, crazy raccoons. Oh my God, that's all I need to get rabies.
Wow.
Maybe I should think about this a little bit longer.
Oh, Tom got to worry about the bears and stuff. He lives in
Oh yeah.
Washington, too. You got the bears to worry about.
Tell your dog to be quiet, Brian.
Oh wow.
I'll take a drink with him.
How's the family, Brian?
We're doing well. How
How's
are
your
you
daughter?
doing?
That's great to hear.
She's doing very well. She's
Great
ready
to
for
hear.
Christmas.
Yeah. Sure.
Bourbon.
Yeah.
Sour.
Whose dog is that?
We're at our friend's house in our bar crawl situation. He's usually very good. He's just we stopped here before the next bar, and he's very excited to seem to see everyone, so he's kind of barking and he just wants the attention.
Ace, you look like Jerry Spicoli with that hat.
You said what?
Or Jeff Spicoli, whatever his name is.
Now I'm trying to get my body back.
Yeah, you're in the car. Where are you guys going?
Connecticut.
Oh, yeah. I've been on a Christmas bar crawl, so I haven't been able to tell the updates.
Brian, sounds like you got some interesting music taste there.
Yeah, well, like I said, we stopped at a friend's house before the next bar because it's in. So they got some good music playing. How's the stream been? The big celebration stream.
A little slow, honestly.
I'm having a better night apparently than your stream.
Yeah, it sounds like.
That's great. It's the holidays. It's the time to have a good old time.
Oh yeah, December is always a crazy month.
Gotta enjoy it.
And it was great to actually see you a couple like a week ago or whatever at the park. That was bump into you.
And give him a hug, right?
A handshake.
Brian, I better not get copyright claim from that.
Yeah, right now I'm just filling up the car before I take it back. I'm getting gas.
We can hear you. You don't need to put your face.
I was saying I'm getting gas right now.
You want me to just mute it? I don't know.
No, I think I'll be all right as long as Ace keeps talking.
Can you hear me?
And rounds it out.
Yeah,
Whoa!
I'm getting gas.
Because I can mute whatever.
No, it's not gonna set it off. I don't think. Ooh, what's your dream theme park trip? Mine is the one to Nova Scotia.
I'm about to get my little discount now, my AAA discount.
Oh, really?
Try to get like a quarter gas off. A quarter.
Oh yeah. Brian, what's your dream theme park trip?
My wife is saying hi.
Hi.
It would probably be.
Unfortunately, here you got to hold the gas handle. You can't just let it sit there like in New Jersey. Well, New Jersey, they pump it for you.
Can you let Brian finish?
Probably over was it Japan for Edronica and all the rides over there. Will probably be
right now.
Ace, what's your dream theme?
See, I got it nicely in New Jersey. In Jersey, you don't got to worry about doing this. They pump it for you.
Ace, what's
I'm
your
doing it right
dream
now.
theme park trip? Ace. Ace. Ace, all right.
Look at a nice gas thing. Look at that. Look how nice that is. See that?
Yeah, what's your dream theme park?
Look at that gas station. Look at that. Look at that. Look at this new technology, Colin. Isn't it exquisite or what? This is what the Bronx gives you.
What is your dream theme park trip? Ace. Ace. Ace.
Hey, Brian, how's the holidays been treating you?
They've been very well so far. How about you?
You been having a good old time during the holidays?
Oh yeah, we're getting ready for the big day.
Huh?
Ace.
I gotta once I pump this gas, I'll get the sound back.
Tom, what's your dream theme park trip?
It would probably be either Texas or California. Those are like the next big states I have to get to. After Ohio.
You know what? I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna go out and then.
There's a lot going on in this house, and then Ace talking. It's just.
Oh, I can imagine, especially Buzz.
No, yeah, there's some talking, so it's been interesting.
There we go.
Ace, guess what?
You see, look at this nice gas station. Look at this baby right here.
Right,
look how
Ace.
much I spent on gas. Look at that. That's not bad.
All right.
Over
Ace.
300 miles. Look at that. 6 gallons. See? Not bad. Look at my
Ace.
vehicle. Look at that.
Ace. Ace.
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah.
Will Lima says that Ace would love a gas-powered vehicle.
You know that they offered me an electric vehicle, but I declined it.
Oh, really?
They offered me an electric vehicle, but I declined it.
Why? You like to
Yeah.
kill the environment, Ace?
They offered me an electric vehicle. I declined it.
Okay. Ace, can you please like sit still?
Look at what they gave me today at the rental place.
My view's headache.
A nice Christmas card.
Very nice, Ace.
A nice Christmas card.
Questions? Do you want to answer them? Ace.
See that?
Yeah, I see your Christmas card.
They love me at my rental place. See? They love me.
That's wonderful. Ace, what coaster were you most scared to get on?
Well, at first, X2 at Six Flags Magic Mountain. Pretty scary, but now I'm used to it.
What about you, Brian?
There's none I like. When I was very younger, there might have been one or two, but nothing I can recall off my memory right now. I've also had a few, so that doesn't help.
Joker kind of freaked me out the first time at Great Adventure, but I ride it pretty alright now.
Dad?
I would say maybe Ka the first time.
I think Goliath at New England scared me.
Oh, that scared you for sure.
Wow.
Because I was too small for it.
And Toro scared you too.
Oh, yeah. Another question. What do you think about Shockwave at Six Flags Great America? Ace, what do you think about Shockwave at Six Flags Great America?
You said Shockwave at where?
Six Flags Great America?
Shockwave was good.
Oh, okay, this is a lot of comments.
Wow.
I met all these folks.
Oh, Ace.
Yeah.
Ace.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah.
Will Lima
says there's no electric vehicles for Ace. Just straight up
Oh my God. Brian has cut me out of the festival. You decided to do this. Tell the boys to watch the magic.
Wow. I don't know who this is, but how you guys doing?
Hi.
This is what Brian's about to drink. Smoked cocktail. It's a lovely smoke.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
The drink is like, look at the drink. Look at that.
All right, I've been listening to you because you're starting to get.
Wow. Wow, what a drink.
Oh, it's a smoked whiskey sour. It's great.
What a drink.
Wow.
Wow, what a drink.
I never seen you so happy, Brian.
Oh my God. Yeah, Brian.
I'm sure there was another stream where I had a few drinks that it was just.
Brian, you were exuberant.
You weren't even that happy on Gwazi.
Oh no, I don't know about that. Gwazi
Oh, I do.
Quite the experience.
Wow.
Especially running around laps around that thing. That was
nice.
And to get the record, well, Colin got the record, but you know, we came
34
close.
rides in the 24-hour period.
Hey, Brian.
Oh, Brian.
Oh, God.
Brian is a statue. He's statuesque right
Brian?
now. Brian,
Brian,
you're
you there?
statuesque. Hey, Brian. You're statuesque. What's up, Brian? You look like a statue.
Bad connection.
Brian? Brian? Hello?
Brian.
He's frozen, yeah.
Oh, I
Frozen.
don't know what happened. Oh, well, I guess Brian's gone. Ace, is this tumultuous?
Say that again?
Is this tumultuous?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I concur.
There's a lot going on there.
Ace, can you help me expand my vocabulary a little bit?
Listen, all I gotta say is Brian. I mean, yeah, Brian looked catatonic right there. He's like this.
Which Brian? We need to specify which Brian.
Not Brian Bowler, Brian Gray. Excuse me, Brian Gray
Okay.
is catatonic. Brian's
Brian
like this.
Bowler in the multi.
Brian Gray is like no. Brian Bowler is exuberant. You're exuberant, Brian Bowler.
Thank you.
You know, you're usually, it's great. Listen, yeah. That's a good thing.
I think Brian's trying to get in here again. Brian? 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 Brian, you. Brian. He's gone again. Oh, looks like we got a super chat. Thank you, Jacob Gaming, for the super chat. Have you ever been to Hurricane Harbor, New Jersey? Because I don't think you have a video on it. Also, is the rumor still a gig at Great Event 2024? I have been to Hurricane Harbor, New Jersey many times. I haven't filmed a video on there because I don't film videos inside water parks since it's just so difficult. Usually work out. And the rumor is still a gig for Great Event 2024. Brian, you look just like how Brian looked before.
No, please do not compare me. Please don't.
No, he was like really tired, I think.
I'm good.
We have another person in here. Welcome, Jameer. Hey, you know Jameer, right? Ace? Ace. Ace, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. I don't think he knows.
Hey, I'm gonna have to get back to the bar crawl here, so I'm gonna congrats on your 4,000 subscribers, and everyone have a happy holidays. I'm gonna punch off here.
All right, Brian, enjoy your bar crawl.
Oh, for sure. And I hope everyone else has a fun holiday season.
You too. All right, Brian.
See ya.
Adios.
Bye.
I don't think Ace knows we can hear him. Well, looks like the stream's kind of dead at this point. So this may be the point where we end it off. 11 o'clock anyways. I'm tired. I want to thank you all for being in the stream. It was very fun. It was very long. Ace, we still can't hear you. I don't really know what else to say. Get a good night's sleep. Watch more Hollywood Studios tomorrow.
Watch the new Barnstormer update. It looks like someone worked very hard on it.
Yes, it does. Oh, Ace is gone. Okay. Well, that's going to do it for the stream. If you guys enjoyed, like, comment, subscribe. See you all next time. Goodbye.